down a little bit.
Just win, baby.
Let's get nasty here on a Monday afternoon. Jamie Rivers driving the bus one last time. Joined by my guy, Danny Mack, in-house, and Bradford Burns in for Andrew Marsh. Marshy, I think he was down at Busch Stadium taking batting practice today. I don't know. He took a day off. And Anthony Stalter, the Griswolds are on their family vacation before the kids go back to school. All right. Cardinals got a pretty electrifying player in their lineup now. That's Mason Winn. And Mason Winn, 21 years old.
Let's start with this. First of all, good to see you.
Oh, good to see you too, Dan.
Good to see you, Rivs. And I want to say, before we get going, congratulations on your new deal with hockey, man. That's awesome.
Thank you very much.
It's well-deserved, buddy. I know that the announcement was made, I guess officially, publicly last week, was it?
Last Wednesday.
And you and I kind of had it. Well, you definitely had an inkling. I had an inkling what was going on a few weeks before that, and we were texting back and forth. But that's great, man. It's well-deserved. You were always, I can say this from being on the media side, you were always so good to the media, and that's not why you get the job. But you get the job because you're good at what you do, you're well-versed, you're a hell of a player, and being good to the media helps. I try to tell people this all the time, and I don't know if you agree, but I look at if a young guy comes in, I've had this happen where a young guy, young player, young professional athlete will come and ask me for advice, and I always tell them, be good to the media. As much as you want to crush somebody for asking a stupid question, don't do it, because they can really crush you. The power of the pen is serious. It is. And the power now of a soundbite is serious. And you're always good to us, man, so it's well-deserved, and I'm thrilled for you. You're going to do a hell of a job.
I appreciate it, man.
You bet, buddy.
It's a lot of fun, and I've always... I never quite understood why some players had rocky relationships with the media. I guess the superstars get rubbed the wrong way sometimes if things aren't going well. I just always looked at it as a way to, if you're frustrated with something, it's an easy way to get the word out there. Explain what you're going through, why you're happy, why you're sad, why you're upset, like whatever it is. I don't know. I never felt the need to be difficult to deal with. But again, I also wasn't important enough to... for people to be worried about that.
Well, you can also control the narrative, too. I mean, somebody asks you a question. You don't necessarily have to answer the question. You just talk about what you want to talk about. Yeah. The media just goes, yep, okay. What happened on that play? Well, I'll tell you what, playing with him is just a great, it's a dream of mine to play with him. How many times, well, no, that's not what I asked. No, I know what you asked, but that's a great question. I got to tell you, playing with him has been amazing.
The block and bridge.
Exactly, man. Little bob and weave on that stuff. But you were great, man, and I think that's a big reason as to why you're in the position you're in, is that people respect you, but you were great to deal with. And, guys now that are in uniform or wearing a sweater, wearing a jersey, whatever, they know you've been there, and they know that you understand how hard it is, too. And you're not going to go up there burying people.
No, absolutely not.
You try to educate the fans, be a little entertaining, and have some fun with it.
That's the key right there, having some fun.
Absolutely.
And to kind of segue into Mason Winn.
Now, let's have a little fun today.
Yeah,
you jumped right into the Mason Winn thing. I was like, hold on, bro.
I know.
Let me get some congratulations out here.
I know, but I just figured that, Dan.
I love you, baby.
I love you too, buddy.
Okay.
All right, so Mason Winn went 3 for 11 this weekend against the Mets, and he's just an electric player. When I'm watching this guy play, I don't know, I asked this question last week. I said, who's the last player that you're really excited to see, young guy coming up? And I guess Jordan Walker was the...
Oh, for sure.
That's an easy answer. I think Dylan Carlson, back when he was coming up, people were excited.
I think Nolan Gorman, too.
Nolan Gorman, true, absolutely. But Mason Winn, for me, Danny, and I don't know about you, he's got a little extra spice to him.
You know why? I think this because of what we were talking about. He's great with the media already. Look how he talks to the media. It's not, I'm just happy to be here. He gives you a well-thought-out answer. It's like he's a likable guy. And then you add in the fact he throws 100. That helps. And he's got speed, and he's got power. And it's going to take him a little bit to get acclimated probably to the major league life and what it's all about between the white lines and off the field and all the things that goes into it. But a young guy that brings into what has been a dead season a little spark, and that's what makes it fun.
I think the timing of this, too, obviously there was specific timing around his Rookie of the Year availability for next year and the number of at-bats. And there were more logistics behind the call-up being when it is now than just having the opportunity to call him up. But I do like the fact that it's happening now. Things are not great for the Cardinals as far as the season's concerned. We know that. I mean, they're just not great. So what a great opportunity to get this young guy up with just an electric type game. Like, did you see that one play? He went to his right and got the ball. No, first of all, nobody thought he was going to get the ball at all. His right. Your left right now, Dan.
I got it. So he's going towards third.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. His right.
He's not a left-handed shortstop? It wouldn't matter anyway, because it's still his right arm.
I'm like trying to follow you. I'm like, wait,
I was trying to get too tricky with you.
His brain was pretzeled there for a second.
It really was.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Just warming up.
So
thank you, Brad.
We'll do it Danny Mac style here. He was moving. He went towards third base.
Yes.
And grabbed a ball and then hummed it over to first base. And now it's Luken Baker at first. And he didn't play it the right way. He didn't, catch the one hop. And he almost had the out. If that's Paul Goldschmidt on first base, that's an out. And it might be one of the best plays of the season.
I agree. So it was deep in the hole. I know the play that you're talking about, also known as quote unquote the hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, deep in the hole there between short and third.
He's very comfortable there.
He is. And he's got a big arm, and he can use that.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he's in the hole like that, he's going to show that thing off. I think the other thing that we're going to see before the year is over, we're going to see him come in on a ball, and he'll flick it like there's no effort whatsoever, and it comes at about a 95-mile-an-hour bullet to the chest of Goldie. You'll see him turn a double play that he probably should not turn. I guarantee it. That's coming too. You're going to go, wow. That's not Tommy Edman. That's not Brendan Donovan. That's not Paul DeYoung. That guy's got a cannon, and then he's going to have a play like that deep in the hole, and he's going to have a bunch of those as the years go on when you watch him, and that's when those are the kind of plays that separate really good players from, I don't want to say average. They could be above average, but this guy's got a chance to be elite because of that arm.
Yeah, and watching him kind of go about business this past weekend against the Mets, he seemed very comfortable. Like some of the young guys get up there, and it's a different animal. You get the jitters a little bit, and you're excited, and maybe you're trying to overdo certain things. Mason Winn seemed pretty dialed in. Now, 3 for 11, it's not something that you're sitting there going, oh, you're raving about it, but he's still 3 for 11. He had a multi-hit game against the Mets, which is great. I thought he was comfortable-ish in the box.
He's fine.
Let me ask you this. Does it matter how he is offensively?
Yes.
Does it?
Yeah,
with this
I think
team,
so.
The way it's constructed right now. So if Mason Winn can give you, let's just say.
Well, you had Paul DeYoung, who was pretty solid at short defensively anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I want to see a spark.
All right.
I want to see the speed. I want to see a little bit of power. I'd love to see 15 to 20 home runs, mix in some stolen bases. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do. I think he'll grow into his body. I think as he understands the league a little bit more and what they're trying to do to him, get acclimated to a full season. That's something that gets overlooked too, is that when these guys get called up and they've never played beyond AA or AAA, the extended season that it is, it's a long year, man. And they've been asked to be an everyday player down in the minors. Now you've got the bright lights of the big leagues coming on you. There's just added pressure. It just wears you down. So expectations high. I don't try to temper them. I just go in with a clean slate and say, hey, whatever you do, you do, and then next year get a full spring training under your belt again. You're the number one guy going into the season, and then get that full first season under your belt. Like Jordan Walker next year. I would expect he has a big year next year. Just get that first one out of the way.
Well, we look at Nolan Gorman. If we're just going to take an example of a player.
Perfect example.
He had a good first season. Well, he had a lot of strikeouts, but he still had the power. But he came back this year, and it is different. I can tell you from my own personal experience, coming back the second
100%.
year, like you're comfortable. You're part of the team.
You belong.
You belong. You know what's going on, and like you've been in these situations now, and so your confidence level's sky high. And when you're an individual that's that talented, like a Walker, like a Gorman, now like a Mason Winn, when you have so much talent, and now you have the confidence, and now you have some knowledge of what's going on, that's when the player really starts to take some steps forward.
I think the other thing too, Ribs, and I bet you would agree with this, but there's been a lot surrounding these guys too. Is here comes this next wave of young talent, and so it's not like this is a shock coming out of left field that, oh, who's this Mason Winn kid that is going to take over at shortstop, and they're hoping for the next decade. No, that's kind of what's been talked about. Paul DeYoung's contract was coming up. This guy's a part of the futures game. He was a higher draft choice. He made impressions early on to where he caught people's eyes. So now you know that that is part of what has been attached to him and Jordan Walker and Nolan Gorman. And it's been that way probably for a long time. When these guys go through the showcases and the various things that they played in to get drafted, there's been pressure on them. But this is different. When it's finally, you're making checks that count at the big league level, there's a lot of pressure, man, that goes on that, or in the NHL or the NFL. It's cutting time. It's you either do or you don't. And so there's the pressure of that too. It's like I can prepare myself as much as I can mentally to be in that spot, but until it happens, I really don't know what's about to hit me. Would you agree with that?
No, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one thing to think you know what's going to happen, but to know it.
Then you go through and you're like, really?
Yeah. And especially going from AAA
goes real fast too
to the majors too. And I've never taken in that bat in AAA or in the major league level, but I have watched, and it's an eye opener for a lot of these kids to get in that batter's box and they get in there against a pitcher who can knock a flea out of the air at will. And
with any pitch that they have.
Yeah, and it's a whole new world at that point. It's very eye opening.
So when you start looking at, well, there's a reason why guys are at AAA. Maybe they can't locate a breaking ball. Maybe they can't locate their fastball. Maybe they can't do certain things that the guys at the big league level do every day with just about every pitch. And when you make a mistake at the big league level, it gets hit. And not all the times, from a pitcher's perspective, when you're in the minor leagues, Matthew Liberatore, for instance, you make a pitch and you miss, and they miss it. At this level, that doesn't happen. These guys just don't miss. They're too good. And when it's now, if you're a hitter and a guy is all of a sudden just pinpoint, you're like, man, I don't get a break in the at bat. I don't see a 2-1 fastball piped right down the middle because he missed and he's trying to locate on one side or the other of the plate. It's just a different level, man. So all these things are happening as we're throwing it out there with Mason Winn. I go in with a clean slate. I just let him get his feet wet, try not to put too much pressure on him. He's got enough pressure on that I'm sure he's putting on himself. And I expect him to have a nice big league career. If not great, who knows? He's Danny Mac. I'm Jamie Rivers. Bradford Bruns on the dials. The lineup is out, gentlemen. When we come back, we're going to go through the Cardinals lineup here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
Are you tired of dealing with muddy paws and worn-out grass in your backyard? Say goodbye to muddy paw prints and hello to a clean, low-maintenance yard for your pets to roam freely. Introducing Clubhouse Turf, your one-stop destination for lawn and pet turf with your furry friends in mind. Don't wait any longer. Transform your backyard with Clubhouse Turf today. Call us now at 314-834-2339 or visit us online at clubhouseturf.com. Clubhouse Turf. Elevate your game, delight your pets, and make your backyard dreams come true.
Jamie Rivers back with you here, joined by my good friend Tracy Bibb from the Bibb Agency. Tracy, how are we doing today?
We are having an awesome day. How's it going?
Things are going fine for me and around here in general, but there are people around the country with hurricanes and fires and all sorts of craziness going on. What can they do as far as their insurance is concerned to make sure they're covered?
Yeah, it is extremely important to make sure that you have the right coverage, especially right now with all of the stuff that's going on. There has been storms like crazy this year, and having the wrong coverage could really cost you a lot of money. One of the things that's different about being with our agency is you have a whole team of people here in the agency that are local, that if you do have damage from a storm, you've got somebody to call. But also when you first come on with us, we make sure we go over those coverages so we don't have you under one of those really crazy high deductibles that people are getting nowadays. If you've been with another company and you have had a claim and maybe you got a new roof, great time to talk to us because a lot of companies are starting to do non-renewal for claims. We are not doing that, and if you've got a new roof, we have an amazing rate.
There you go. There's every reason to give Tracy Bibb and the Bibb Agency a call. Get your free non-committal quote today, and all you have to do is give her a call at 314-328-4260. Again, that number's 314-328-4260. Tracy, thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thanks so much. Go Blues.
Fresh 101 ESPN has your chance to win free tickets to Jason Aldean. Bringing his Highway Desperado 2023 tour to Hollywood Casino Amphitheater, Friday night, September 15th. With special guests Mitchell Tenpenny and Corey Kent. Tickets are on sale now. Find all the ticket info and get entered to win free tickets for Jason Aldean right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
Don't pull over. You're in the fast lane. Broadcasting live from the Car Shield studio on 101 ESPN.
It's the fast lane here on 101 ESPN. We know what that sound is, the lineup game. All right, gentlemen, who do we have on the bump for the Pirates today?
Bailey Falter.
Oh, Faltsy.
Lefty, winless.
That's the LHPL. Left-handed pitcher. Well, I shouldn't say L. I was going to say loser, but that's not
Hey,
nice.
hey, you don't do that.
I didn't mean it like him.
Don't do that when you're on the Blues broadcast.
But it's not the
calling
way I
people
meant it.
losers.
Dan, it's not the way I meant it. You know?
I'm just saying, I gave you a lot of praise in how you treat people. I don't want to see this turn the other way very quickly.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, so who do we think here? Tommy Edman leading off?
Yeah, it's got to be Tommy Edman. I would imagine, this is my guess, across the board, I bet he does a ton of right-handed batters.
Oh, Why do you think that?
Lefty on the mound. He's winless, and he's going to give up some bombs. So I'm looking at a big right-handed lineup. So I'll go Tommy, though.
Bunch of big, heavy bats in there.
Yep, let's go Tommy at the top.
All right, Tommy Edman, please.
Tommy likey. Tommy want wingy.
All right.
These things crack me up, man.
Just wait. Bradford's, first of all, it's like Marshy does a good job of handpicking these sounders, and some of them are hilarious. Just make you laugh. Bradford today was so excited. He's got some new ones, and he's like, he goes, I don't care if they didn't hit last game, they're getting their sounders.
Fast and loose, baby. Fast and loose.
I know, I like it.
How good is Bradford, by the way?
What? Oh, he's amazing.
He comes in, he is ready to go. Guns a-blazing.
Dude, I walked in, and the show was on my desk.
Yeah.
I was like, well, all right.
Yeah.
I was like, I can handle this.
Saw this. I saw the rundown. I saw this. I saw what I should say. It's great.
No, Dan. We never do that.
No.
It's not
Killing
scripted
just
here.
a few trees in the process, but hey,
Trust me, the fast lane's not scripted. Some people probably wish we were, but we're not.
I do. I listen. I haven't missed one of your shows.
You don't. You're lying.
No, I haven't missed.
Dan, I've known you for a long time. You don't have to lie to me.
Who were you on with last week? Because I know that Stoltz was out.
I had, we had Jamie Rivers Whack Pack in here.
Did you?
We had a whole bunch of people.
Was it fun?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay,
We
good.
had Kerry Davis. We had Tanner Hendrickson. We had Josh Outman. That's it. I wanted to put output. Why was I doing Josh Outman? Who's
obviously a close friend.
No, he was a former Major League Baseball pitcher.
Yes, he is.
From St. Louis. And he came in, did a good job for us.
Good.
Yeah.
All right.
So in the 2-hole, can't have anybody else except for Goldie in the 2-hole, right?
I would say yes, but he may front load this thing. It wouldn't surprise me if he does, but that's been the way it's been all year. It's got to be Goldie.
It's always Goldie.
It's got to be Goldie. Give us gold.
Come on.
Seriously?
for real.
Wow. Goldie must have been out past curfew last night.
Not a chance.
there.
I know, not a chance.
Not a chance. The ultimate pro.
I know. That's why it's funny, Dan.
I was laughing.
I'd like you to laugh harder next time, please.
I love that.
There we go. That's better. Thank you.
Let's see.
All right.
Is Tyler O'Neill healthy enough to play?
Oh, come on.
Well, that's where you'd put him.
Would it be?
Well, then
All
you're
right.
going to drop down. Goldie's going to play. Arenado's going to play. So,
Dan,
yeah, go ahead.
I like your thinking. Go ahead.
Let's go Tyler O'Neill.
You hit the nail on the head.
Yes.
at that
Get
guy.
a Janet for. Oh, yes.
You even got Janet on that. All right.
You know what I think of Janet.
You love her.
I do.
We all love her.
Want to make shirts with her on it. With her favorite steaks.
Really?
Yes. Stoltz and I have talked about this. I want a picture of Janet with her like top 10, like Letterman's.
Yeah.
You know?
That'd be great. On the back?
Yes.
So picture Janet on the front.
Yep.
With like one word that she says.
Yelling at Anthony or something.
Yeah.
And then
you don't watch the games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then on the back would be her top 10.
I actually love the idea.
What the H is wrong with you guys?
Watch yourself, Janet. I'm talking right now.
Oh, yeah. Be careful. All right.
O'Neill is second.
Yeah, he is second. And I
Now
think
we go
Nolan
Goldie.
Arenado here.
No, I think we're going to drop him. I'm saying Goldie's playing, and we're going 1, 2, 3, 4 with these guys. But fine. If you want Arenado, go. No, I'm just a guest.
Who are you thinking then?
Goldie.
In the 3-hole?
Yep.
Wow. All right, Dan. I mean, go ahead.
Goldie.
Gold!
Wow.
Rich with gold!
All right. Dan's hot right now. Now it's. Can we do Nolan Arenado here?
Now we do Nolan.
Show us. Nolan Arenado.
Nolan is a security guard at the lumber yard.
There we go.
Now
Is
it gets
this-
a little interesting.
Is this Big Willie?
You want him DHing?
I would think if he's in, he's DHing. This is
Okay.
my thought. I have Kisner at somewhere at the bottom of the lineup.
You're keeping Kiz in the lineup. Then you get a couple righties in there.
Yes.
Way he's swinging the bat.
And especially with a young kid like Rom, I feel like his daddy might be the
Ooh, that's a good call.
safety blanket for these guys.
I didn't think about it
Yeah.
with that. Yeah. Okay. I'm with you. Let's go Wilson Contreras.
Show us that Big Willie.
Wilson, are you naked? No, Tim, I'm wearing a hat.
All right. Okay. So let's see here.
I like
we got
that one too.
Edmund playing, got to be playing second base. Goldie for O'Neill's. So we're missing some outfielders here.
So O'Neill in left.
Left.
Goldie at first. We're not sure about Edman. We got Arenado at third. Contreras, we're going to say DH.
I would say DH at this point, yes.
Okay, so you're missing a shortstop.
Mm-hmm.
You know that one's going to be in there.
That's going to be down lower, though. So reverse engineering this, I see Mason Winn at like 8 or 9 and Kisner at 8 or 9 as well. So we're missing an outfielder, at least one outfielder, 2 outfielders. Jordan Walker here, I think, at number 6.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Show us Jordan Walker, please.
Walk it like it's hot. Walk it like it's hot.
All right. Okay, now we need a center fielder. Who the hell is playing center field for us?
You could put Edman in center.
You could, but then who's at second base? Taylor Motter?
Where's Gorman?
He's hurt, isn't he?
Yeah, so he's done.
And he's a left-handed bat.
What about the kid that made the catch yesterday?
Enrico Palazzo?
Yeah.
Richie Palacios?
Yeah. Give me Richie.
All right, show us Richie. Okay. I guess we're not going to see Richie. Okay.
All right.
Let's see here.
Carlson's not going to play.
No, I'm stumped here.
Burleson.
Unless we have... No. Come on.
Okay.
Well, I guess you could put O'Neill in center field.
You could.
You could. So, but Burley's a left-handed bat.
Yeah, I'm not going to play him against that.
And Burleson has been bumped up considerably higher in the order as of late.
That's
it seemed to be a bit late in the going here.
All right. Who the heck is Taylor Motter? So
yeah.
Maybe Motter's playing second base and Edmonds in center field.
There you go.
Show us Taylor Motter. Okay. All right.
Where's Fermin? We haven't mentioned him, have we?
Still in the roster?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still on the roster.
7, though, would be kind of high, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he's not. So then it's going to be
maybe it's Kisner here.
Yeah.
Show us the captain. Oh, he didn't get a sounder today? Wow.
I'm the captain now.
There you go. All right.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3,
so Kisner,
4, 5, 6. So he's batting 7th.
I would say Mason Winn might get in. If Fermin is in the lineup, I could see Winn being 8th.
I think he's going to bat. He'll bat Winn 9th for a while.
Okay. So let's see. Show us Fermin.
No way, Jose.
Yes way, Jose.
No way.
Proud of that one, not going to lie.
Where'd you get that one, Ed?
The Seminole Stiller Aniston collaboration. Let's see. Was it the Heartbreak Kid or Along Came Polly? Yeah.
Okay.
Going back.
Wow.
That's good, man.
All
Hank
right.
Azaria.
So in the 9 spot, it's our guy.
So Fermin at second, Edmonds in center. Okay.
So
and now we got Mason Winn.
Mason Winn. Show us Mason Winn, please.
All I do is win, no matter what.
All right, there we go. All right, run it for us, please. What do we got here?
All right, gentlemen, as promised, we do have Tommy Edman as your leadoff hitter. And as we had said and talked about with respect to the lineup, the defensive alignment, and all of that, Tommy Edman is in center field this evening. Tyler O'Neill, your left fielder, batting second. Paul Goldschmidt in the 3-hole, your first baseman. Nolan Arenado is your third baseman. And cleanup hitter Wilson Contreras DHing indeed in the 5 spot, followed by Jordan Walker in right field, batting 6th. And then Andrew Kisner, the captain, behind the plate, 7th. Jose Fermin is your second baseman, batting 8th. And Mason Winn, once again, manning shortstop and batting 9th.
All right. So let's see here. Danny, you're sitting in here for our guy Anthony.
Yeah.
Why don't you go first today?
Tyler O'Neill against a lefty is going to hit a bomb.
Okay, Tyler O'Neill.
Maybe a first inning bomb.
Wow, I like that.
Yep, first inning bomb, Tyler O'Neill.
All right, Bradford, what are you thinking?
Speaking of pop, perhaps right off the bat, Tommy Edman, not that far removed from showcasing that power from the right side. I like what he could potentially do to not only set the table, but do so with the power, with the lumber at PNC Park this evening. Give me Tommy boy.
All right. I'm going to go with the big Fundy. I think that he's such a great hitter that he's a young pitcher's nightmare, and he's going to sit there and just wait for his pitch and just destroy it.
I could be wrong about this. Is he the only one that's hit one onto the into the Allegheny from the right side? Goldschmidt? Does that sound right?
Sure, Dan.
Well, there's a river, okay, that runs behind the right field wall. It's the Allegheny. And lefties, because they hit it that way, if they pull it, have probably the better shot to hit one over the wall and hit it into the Allegheny. Whereas for a right-hander, it's an opposite field home run, Jamie. And that would be a really long home run for a right-handed batter.
And you claim that Paul Goldschmidt has done this.
I think he has. I could be wrong.
Dan, I would. If there's any of righty that could do it in this lineup, it's Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah.
So all right.
I think he's the guy.
That's your lineup here. We got first pitch at what time tonight? 7:15?
6:05 starts.
Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
That's right.
Gets you every time.
6:05. All right, that's your Cardinals lineup. We come back here. We're going to talk some Blues hockey. So the Air Comfort Service text line is 314-399-9646. We're going to take your questions here on Blues Cues. Coming up next, 101 ESPN.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jamie Rivers here. I want to talk to you about my friends over at Mentality. Fellas, listen up and listen good, because this is life-changing. And what I mean by that, you know yourself out there right now. If you're feeling like you're tired, maybe low energy, maybe things aren't going the right way, you get some anxiety, maybe you've got some weight gain, muscle loss, all these things that happen. It can happen to anybody. Probably because you are low in testosterone. And you don't have to be a certain age. It happens to men of all ages. So please get in to see the board-certified physicians at Mentality. They're going to sit you down. They're going to talk to you. And then they're going to run a full blood panel. And what that blood panel tells you is exactly what you're deficient in. So for me, I was low on testosterone as well as some other vitamins. And Mentality took the time to put together a program specific to me for exactly what I need. They took care of my guy, Anthony Stalter, as well, Brad Thompson. So many people are in there, and they're loving it because their life is changing dramatically. So you should be the next one. Get in there to the West County location in Chesterfield or the South County location. Tell them Jamie Rivers or Anthony Stalter sent you in. They'd love to hear that. If you can't get in there in person and you want to read up a little bit more on everything here, visit them at lowtusa.com. That's Mentality at lowtusa.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
I'm Jim Onder. No one should be injured or be the victim of assault when using a rideshare service. These companies need to be held accountable.
Onder Law. Call 314 or 618-900,000 to learn more.
Sponsored by BOS.
Rom ready to make MLB debut. Good afternoon. This is Bradford Bruns with your Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. At 6:05 tonight, Drew Rom will take the mound for the Cardinals in their series opener versus Pittsburgh. The lefty fanned 18 across 11 innings with AAA Memphis after coming to the organization in the Jack Flaherty trade. He'll try to replicate something close to what Dakota Hudson accomplished yesterday as Hudson twirled 5+ innings of 2-run ball with St. Louis, averting a sweep sweep at the hands of the Mets. As for the rest of the Central, it's a quiet evening. Only Chicago is in action versus the scuffling Tigers. This SportsCenter update was driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Now, it's time for the Fast Lane's Blues Cues.
All right, the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. It's 2:35 here. Your time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an official provider of Rolex jewelry. We're looking for some questions, Blues Cues right now. And again, you can text in your questions. Still have time for that to 314-399-9646. Again, it's Blues Cues. Bradford, what do we got?
Jamie, the people want to know what exactly the word identity has been thrown around a lot toward the tail end of last season and obviously over the summer. At this current moment, as we get ready for training camp in 3-ish weeks or so, what are the Blues? They're too slow, some would contend, to be a fast team, not physical enough to be a quote-unquote heavy team, maybe not even deep enough to be a high penalty team. Not exactly sure what that means, but what are they in a nutshell?
Well, for me, it's a blue-collar team. And you go back to, and I'm not comparing this team specifically to 2019, but if you go back to 2019, you also had some workers on that team. They weren't a whole bunch of high-flying, talented guys. You had a couple of guys that could certainly bring the offensive dynamic play out there, but for the most part, it was a team that was heavy on the forecheck, cycled the puck very well, possessed the puck very well, defended very well, and outworked the opposition. And so for me, that's the identity of this team. If you look at the lineup as far as the forwards are concerned, all four lines are pretty balanced. They're going to have some guys that can protect the puck, possess the puck, and certainly work hard. And the defensive core, this is where all eyeballs are going to be next year, is can they up their game from last year? I believe that this defensive core is going to be much better than they were last year.
What leads you to believe that?
Well, the back of their hockey cards tell me that. And so for Nick Leddy, Torrey Krug, and these other guys that had an off year last year, it's an outlier. If you look at their careers, they've been obviously much better players. Torrey Krug is one of the top scoring defensemen in the last 10 years on the power play. And the power play was just not good last year. Was that Torrey Krug's fault? Probably not in its entirety, because one guy can't necessarily make everything work perfectly. But I think he's going to be a couple of shades of pissed off, too. He was asked to waive his rumored, because I haven't talked to Arnie.
He was asked.
He was rumored.
Go ahead and just say it, Jamie.
To have been asked to waive his no-trade clause, to which he said, no, I'm not doing it.
Quite a rumor.
It's quite a rumor. So I think that right there is motivation for a guy like that to come back and say, hey, look, you wanted to trade me? This is why you don't trade me. Nick Leddy, he did not have a great year last year. Colton Parayko's, the end of last season for Colton Parayko started to trend upward. So that shows me that he's still got the ability. So I feel like these guys are going to have a bounce back season. Will it be, astronomical? No, but it doesn't have to be. It just has to be better than last year, quite honestly.
With Parayko, at what point do you just say this is who he is? This is the player he is. He got a big contract. They thought maybe he might be a little bit better than what he's played to justify the deal, but this is who he is.
Yeah, so here's my...
You know what I'm saying?
Here's my issue with the criticism of Colton Parayko overall from people. If you look at $6.5 million and you just take that across the board in the NHL, that's a great price for Colton Parayko. It's actually probably going rate. So when we look at it and say, oh, I don't like his contract, go around and look at other teams. Mm-hmm. They're giving $6.5 million to guys that aren't even close to Colton Parayko. And so for me, you have to look at this guy and realize he's a shutdown defenseman that skates very well, can move the puck very well. He's never going to be Chris Pronger. He's never going to be
there. You go.
He's never going to be that animal that we all think, oh, because he's so big, he should be. He's just not. That's just not his style of game. Now, can he bring a little bit more of that to the table? Yeah, probably. So this is a game I played last week. Not a game. The comment I had last week was when Alex Pietrangelo was here. One of the criticisms was that Petro wasn't tough enough, wasn't mean enough. And everybody goes back to where Jamie Benn was sitting on him that one time in Dallas, and Petro, didn't do anything about it and whatever, blah, blah, blah. What did we see last year in the playoffs from Petro?
Nasty.
Yeah, he two-hand chopped Leon Draisaitl right across the forearm so much he gets suspended for a game. So where did that come from? It comes with age. And, Prong's had it from the age of 21.
He had it from the age of 4.
Probably, 3.5 maybe. But what I'm saying is you can still develop a little bit of nastiness in your game. And I think Colton Parayko, not that he'll end up being, a suspended player, but I still think there's some more aggressiveness in there that he can tap into.
Sure. That happens. Yeah, you're right. I mean, as you get older, you age, you grow into the job, you kind of learn some of the tricks.
Grumpy old man a little bit.
Man. That
Trust
happens.
me, I know that feeling.
Thinking of that, what year is this now for him? He's been in the league for, 7 years?
6, 7 years now, yeah. Right
Man,
in and
it
around
seems
that.
like yesterday.
He moves so well. This is
it's
the
ridiculous.
thing, Dan, is when I watch Colton Parayko, people get mad, and I automatically
He moves
go,
incredibly well.
You trade Colton Parayko, you're automatically looking for another Colton Parayko.
Yeah.
Because they don't grow on trees. So why not just be a little more patient with this guy? And he's battled some injuries the last couple of years. He seems to be very healthy right now in the offseason, skating 4 times a week out Centene. I want to see what we've got here before I start worrying about, can he do it or what is he or, is this just what he is?
Are the guys skating now, or is everybody back in town for the most part already?
No, a lot of guys still kind of out of town right now. There's about 8 to 10 guys that are skating for the most part on a regular basis, but next week there's going to be a whole bunch of guys coming in. So.
And then camp fires up on
September, end of the second week, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say middle of September, something like that. Yeah. It's here, man.
Right upon us.
It is.
Before you know it, from the 217, we all know the Note made relatively few moves during the offseason. So, in light of that, the team dynamic for the Blues, Jamie, could we see more cohesion for the Blues, whereas maybe it's a detriment to some other squads within the division, within the conference, trying to get acclimated to one another's personalities?
Yeah, we've seen that before. I mean, 2019 is a prime example of a bunch of guys that, there were a lot of moves in the offseason, and it took that team an awful long time to gel. It cost a coach his job in the process. So I think it's good to have continuity. I think the most exciting thing for me is watching the second year of Jake Neighbors, watching the maturation of Robert Thomas, Jordan Kyrou. This is the first year of their big contract that's kicking in this year. There's a lot of pressure on those guys. So I'm excited to see that kind of thing, too. So along with being, familiar with each other, there's also those steps we just talked about with Nolan Gorman and Mason Winn and all these young guys for the Cardinals, just having that 1 year, that first year under your belt. I think that's going to do a lot of good for a guy like Jake Neighbors.
How about Thomas and Kyrou? Next level for them, what is it?
Well, they've got to get to the 90-point mark. 90 to 95 points this year coming up. If they're going to live up to the potential of their contract, they've got to be 95 to 100-point players. So that's what's got to come next offensively. And for both players, Kyrou more specifically, just a more well-rounded game. I'm not going to say a complete 200-foot game because, Danny, it's disingenuine. And what I mean by that is all superstar offensive players cut corners defensively. But when the game's on the line, they know how to play defense. And that's the biggest difference right now is Jordan Kyrou has to be able to identify when it's right and when it's wrong to kind of cut those corners or cheat a little bit offensively. Because it's inevitable that these guys do it. They just have to time it properly.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can I jump in?
Please do.
Am I allowed to?
Blues
By all
Cues with
means.
Danny Mac.
Give me what you think happens with Bennington this year. To me, he is the reason whether or not, if he plays out of his mind, this team will make the playoffs. If he doesn't, if he's just kind of has some stretches of good, has some stretches of bad, then I think they're on the outside looking in. You think that's fair?
Yeah, I do. I think he's going to have a great year.
Okay.
I do. I think that defensively, this team is going to be built a lot differently from a systematic standpoint. Craig Berube and his staff were not pleased last year with the way the team defended as a 5-man unit out there. They weren't happy with the consistency of the forecheck, or lack of consistency, rather, with the forecheck. The neutral zone was way too wide open. They gave up the middle of the ice way too often. The D couldn't gap up, couldn't close guys out because guys are coming at them at 100 miles an hour with no obstruction. When you clean that up, it's going to limit those easy backdoor tap-ins on a guy like Jordan Binnington. It's going to limit the easy goals that the other team's able to score. Because
so it's more than just him. It's a byproduct of the system around him,
100%.
in particular defensively.
100%. And I think Jordan Binnington is very motivated this year. He's a guy that carries a chip on his shoulder. All great athletes do that. And I think that he's got a chip on his shoulder for the naysayers last year that said, well, Jordan Binnington's not the guy that we thought he was going to be. And he's one of the reasons the Blues are struggling. I couldn't disagree more for that point. But I also think that Binner's going to use that as fuel for the fire.
Interesting. All right.
Jamie, the 618 would like for you to assess the current state of the Blues farm system. Where are we now? Where are we going to be depth-wise in the next 2 to 5 years? Yeah,
so the farm system got a big jolt with all these draft picks over the last couple of years, and specifically this year, which will carry into next year and beyond. The farm system's in good shape. I think Army's done a really good job of keeping the cupboard stocked with some really promising young talent down there. Defenseman-wise, did a real good job this year in the draft of picking some kids up. They won't qualify for the minor league system probably for a year or two at this point. But nonetheless, they got a lot of really good young players coming up through the pipeline here. And you'll see them. You know, Zachary Bolduc and Zach Dean probably going to start in the minors this year, but then they'll be called up. A guy like Jimmy Snuggerud's going back to college. He'll probably play in the minors next year. So you've got some really good young players coming up. I think the Blues are going to be just fine.
In particular, with the number one draft pick, how long does that take to, from a defensive standpoint, how long does it take to develop a defenseman to where, okay, he's a first-round pick, he needs to be in the NHL by this year, or it takes 2 years, or whatever it is?
Yeah, it takes a while, Danny.
That's a tough spot, man.
It's a tough spot. So, especially in today's game, everything is moving at such a fast pace.
Yeah.
You can't defend the way we used to. You can't just put a stick on a guy. You can't just grab a guy. Now it's stick on puck, body on body. You got to try and it's more angles, taking away time and space, skating them into bad ice, not giving up the middle of the ice. There's a lot that goes on. So for the young defensemen, the good side of it is most of them have played that style of game coming up because all the leagues have cracked down on all those types of penalties. But the difference is that the players operate at such a high level in the NHL that it takes a while to wrap your brain around that and to be an everyday player.
Makes sense.
Yeah. All right, that was Blues Cues here in the Fast Lane. We come back here, we're going to talk about our friends down at Mizzou, Mizzou. Some interesting things going on at quarterback. That's coming up next here in the Fast Lane. Summertime almost over, but the deals continue over at Londoff Chevrolet. And at Johnny Londoff Chevrolet, buying a car is way more than a price tag. We've talked about this before. The Londoff Chevrolet family, they want you to come in there. They want you to have an amazing experience, whether it's purchasing a brand new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle. They've got tons of inventory, too. They take care of you. I've said this before. I've been a customer for over 20 years now. And every time I purchase a vehicle from Londoff Chevrolet, before I even leave the lot, they're scheduling my first oil change because they want to take care of the vehicle, make sure that I as well have a vehicle that's safe to drive. The Londoff family's been in business for over 80 years, and now they've got 2 locations. The original location located in Florissant, Missouri, and the new Londoff Autoplex out in St. Peters, right off of Highway 70. You can't miss it. Walk into either location. Tell them Jamie Rivers sent you in. You're going to love the inventory. Again, brand new or pre-owned, they've got you covered at Londoff Chevrolet. If you can't get there in person, get there online. Visit them at londoff.com or londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a little bit less involvement in the day-to-day offense and planning and scripting and doing some of those things that free me up to be more involved in special teams, maybe even more involved in analyzing some things on the defensive side of the ball, preparing for team meetings in a different way and delivering different messages. So I've kind of embraced that.
It's a fast lane here on 101 ESPN. That was the Mizzou football head coach, Eli Drinkwitz, addressing the media following a scrimmage that they had.
You a fan? Are you a fan of Eli?
I am a fan of Eli Drinkwitz, the human being. Yeah, I get a kick out of this guy.
Yeah.
I think he's great. Am I a fan of him as a head coach yet?
Verdict's still out.
Yeah.
This year could be a big one, too, with the two QBs and how he handles this.
Well, yeah, and so that's the issue at hand here, is following Saturday evening's open to the public practice and scrimmage, Mizzou head coach Eli Drinkwitz revealed that both Brady Cook and Sam Horn will see reps during the first contest. Danny, I don't know how you feel about this, but what is your thoughts on a double quarterback offense?
I don't like it. It's one thing if you were in a pass run type offense where you had one guy specifically to run, next guy is there to be a passer in passing situations, whatever, or even just going from series to series and saying, okay, Jamie's got this series, I got this series. I don't think it's good. I think guys get into flows. I think guys mature. I think they get better by staying on the field, taking their lumps. Cook has done that. We'll see that with Horn. But I think you make the decision to stick with one guy, right or wrong. You just say, this is my guy. I got a feeling about this guy. I'm going with him until he proves me differently. And then at that point, the guy that's waiting in the wings is ready to roll. Now, does that put pressure on the guy that you went with? Absolutely. But there should be pressure on every position.
Everybody has pressure.
100%. So I think that you sit there and you say, one guy's going to get it. He beat him out in camp. That's who I'm rolling with until he proves me otherwise. And he may make that decision easy for you. He may come out and not play well against Memphis, or I think they got South Dakota State or something like that. You may blow him out, but they may not have... He may not have the reads that he was supposed to make and didn't make them. He may not run the offense properly. I also want to see him, and it's not just on the individual. I think there's a comfort level with the guys that are on the line in front of him, and there's a comfort level on the running back. What are we doing in certain situations? I understand his tendencies. So there's a trickle-down effect when you go away from just one guy, and that's why I would not do that. I think you put a lot of pressure on that individual, maybe unneeded, where if you say, hey, I'm going to go with Bradford, he's my guy, Jamie, you're going to sit, then Bradford's going to feel pressure. Fine, Jamie's going to go, Bradford, you're sitting.
Wow.
Is that a little bit better?
Yeah.
But I'm going with that one guy, and until he shows me he can't do it or isn't doing what we expect him to do, then he's out of there.
And, Dan, I think you've touched upon the primary difference as far as how Mizzou going into this coming campaign is going to handle maybe the quarterback situation as opposed to the backfield. Because last year you can really poke holes in a lot of the things that Mizzou did offensively. Luther Burden, the star freshman from the St. Louis area, wasn't unlocked in the way, I think, in the manner that a lot of fans wanted to see. Now he moves to the slot in 2023. What happens there? But it's different when you have somebody commanding the offense on a consistent basis as opposed to riding that hot hand in the backfield, which is exactly what Coach Drink talked about following the practice and the scrimmage on Saturday. I think that's been the in vogue thing to do, both at the professional level and collegially. You run the hot hand and see exactly how that plays out. But from week to
Luther,
week...
though, let me interject. With Luther, though, it was also him trying to understand the offense.
Sure.
It took a little bit for him to get going.
I think that's a little bit of a misconception here by some of the Mizzou fan base, is that you should have built your offense around this guy. He was learning the college game.
100%.
He was learning the offense. It's his first year at the college level. I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit. Can he be a bigger part of the offense this year? Yes. He should be.
And he better be.
He better be, 100%. But last year, there were some odd decisions for sure at certain times, but he's still getting his feet wet.
And, Jamie, you know this. I mean, when you're on the ice, and let's say that they said to you, oh, your defensive partner is player X, and then next time you guys go on the ice, it's going to be Y, and then we're going to flip back to X, and then we're going to go to Y. So it's one of the things that you do is that you rely on the guy to your left and your right, and in this case, the guy under center, but everything is going through that quarterback to where there needs to be some type of synergy on this step drop, boom, boom, I let it go, I got a feel for it, all that stuff. And when you switch up QBs, I just think that you're not asking to have the best fluid situation that you possibly can offensively. I think that's a problem.
Although, if you're going to switch up the order of things, even in-game, give multiple quarterbacks multiple series in these games, wouldn't you do so during the first quarter of the schedule in which you face primarily cupcakes? So maybe the bigger question here is, as the season evolves, as Mizzou tries to evolve past a 6-7 win team, will this be the year? Who knows? Who gives you the better opportunity to make that leap when the SEC schedule commences?
But if you're making that leap, then you're probably in trouble. That's the way I look at it.
I'd like to establish certain offense. I'd like to establish a player in a spot before I'm tinkering, especially when the SEC game's coming up.
Oh, if you're doing that in the SEC schedule, you're in real trouble. I mean, you got to have some kind of idea of what your offense looks like. You talk about identity in hockey. We're talking about that. You got to have an offensive identity with the guy that's the signal caller and under center and making the decisions for your offense. And if you don't have that, and all of a sudden you switch in mid-season, that means you're not doing something right, or that player's hurt. Those are the two reasons you would do that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how it all evolves here. Coach Drink is relinquishing some of the offensive playing calls. You're going to have the quarterback situation, Luther Burden, all that. It's going to be fun to watch Mizzou and see what they can do this year, especially in a competitive SEC.
Will you go down to the Dome and watch Mizzou and Memphis? I will. I'll go check that out.
I might be a little busy this year, Dan.
No, they're playing early.
Are they playing early?
Yeah, they're playing.
Dan, if you want to pop me on the private jet with you and take you.
Well, it's going to take us from here to downtown St. Louis to the Dome.
Oh, the Dome.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
my bad.
Maybe a helicopter?
Dare I say, not to be the purveyor of doom and gloom here, but that game comes on the heels of an early season test, a non-conference versus Kansas State, which you know is going to be a game opponent. Yeah. Mizzou may well need that game very early.
Yeah, they're going to need every win that they can possibly get when you're playing in the SEC.
MIZZOU, baby.
You've got one going to Mizzou, right?
Not anymore. She graduated.
Done?
Yep.
Oh, congratulations.
Yep, she graduated just this past spring.
Really?
Yeah. She's all grown up now, Dan.
That's hard for me. I mean, I remember when she was just a little girl, man.
Not anymore. She's a grown woman pursuing her dreams.
What's she doing?
Well, she's taking a year off right now. She's out there. She works with elderly people in home care right now, and then she's going to PA school, physician's assistant school, and then she's going to pursue that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you very much. All right, another exciting moment here as well is Drew Rahm gets the call tonight against the Pittsburgh Pirates. You West, we wabbit you. That's coming up next year on 101 ESPN.
Right now at Wendy's, when you buy either a Dave's Single, Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Medium Frosty, or 10-piece nuggets, you can get another for just $1. Your dollar never tasted so good. So it's obvious what everyone will get, right?
Definitely nugs
Spicy
and
chicken
a Frosty.
sandwich,
Dave's Single and a Frosty for me.
And a Frosty.
Okay, who said Frosty and a Frosty? Pick your obvious choice. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's, buy one, get one for $1.
Limited time only. Price of participation may vary. U.S. Wendy's, valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined in a combo or any other offer.
The all-new Nissan Aria is a fully loaded EV. It's brimming with style and power.
Up to 389 horses of it.
Innovation and intelligence.
E-Force all-wheel drive.
It'll pin you to your seat.
Your very plush seat.
The all-new, all-electric Nissan Aria. E-Force cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. E-Force and 389 horsepower available on Platinum Plus. Nissan calculation using 1-foot rollout testing with long-range battery and E-Force only in sport mode with E-Step off. These results are for comparison only and should not be attempted on public roads. Drive responsibly. See nissanusa.com for details.
The fourth-round pick by Baltimore and began his pro career. 3-2, a cut and a miss. And a fastball strikes out Basabe.
Just one start after he struck out 10 in 5 innings at Durham. Swing and miss, strike 3.
I'm excited to see it. I've heard a decent amount about him. Just met him before coming in here, and we'll see him on the bump tomorrow.
It's Fastlane here on 101 ESPN. The last voice you heard there was Ollie Marmol regarding Drew Rahm, who's going to make his debut with the Cardinals tonight against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Drew Rom, 6'2", 215-pound southpaw. He's got swing and miss stuff, but Danny, his velo is like 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, I know.
It's the craziest thing that I've seen in a while. You go back to the early 2000s, the 90s. This is kind of what you got.
Yeah.
You got guys who are pitching. Now you've got these lightning bolt throwers.
All you hear is about swing and miss and velocity.
100%.
Yep.
So here's this guy who, I mean, look, 90 is nothing to turn your nose up at, but it's nothing compared to what some of the guys are bringing these days. Yet he's got the swing and miss stuff. What do we expect out of this guy?
I think it's going to be kind of fun to watch. And sometimes you can get a guy that, I don't want to say that 90 is below the hitter's zone, meaning their normal, what they normally see, 94, 96, and then you get into a bullpen, it's 96 to 100. But if he's, this is a kind of guy that if it's called pitching, okay, it's not throwing, it's pitching, that if he can establish both sides of the plate, elevates all of the cliches that you hear about, he's got a shot. I mean, that's the unique thing about this. And if from a Cardinal perspective, what do you have to lose? You might as well find out what you got and see if he's the kind of guy that catches the staff's eye. And I'm not saying he's one of the guys that you're saying, oh, if he goes off here in the final 6 weeks, he's in your, one of those 3 spots that you're looking to fill out next year. No, he's part of what you probably would have as hedging your bets, which they didn't do this year. I mean, they ran out of pitching. The pitching's been awful. They didn't have enough guys to come in and fill when people got hurt or ineffective. So, it's just one of those guys that maybe they catches the eyes of the Major League staff and they say, we like what we see, and there's some things that we can work with here, and let's see what we got. And if he pitches well, throw him back out there in 5 days and see what he's got. Maybe he's a left-handed complement to somebody in your bullpen eventually. But they're going to know right away, for the most part, whether or not this guy's stuff is good enough to say, yeah, this is something we can work with and this is legitimate.
Do you think it's a one and done? Or because, look, the reason he's here right now is because Matthew Liberatore tweaked his back in a workout session in the weight room, I believe is what the media has been told. Is it a one and done, or do you think if he pitches good enough that Ollie's like, yeah, wait a minute here?
I think so. I think if he pitches well, he could stay. And the other part of this, too, is that maybe you give Wainwright a day. That's another thing. Your 6-man rotation, you're trying to get him to 200 wins. Maybe this allows you to back him off a day. So there's some trickle-down things with this that you could look at as well. But I think the bottom line is let's see what he's got. Justifies a little bit of a deal that you just made to see what you have. Mm-hmm. And, okay, here's one of the guys we got. Brought him up to the big leagues. Let's see what he's got. I'll be interested, though. 92nd, third time through usually doesn't play.
I'm
90 generally doesn't play in the big league. So he better be hitting corners and hitting every spot he can finally find as he gets to the big leagues.
And I don't think we're under any delusions here on August 21st, but it is going to be intriguing to see how tonight's performance sets the table for the rest of the series in Pittsburgh to come. This is why. You talk about the stuff. You talk about how Marmol at this point in time feels as if the swing and miss stuff, it's been there for Memphis. It's going to play. Well, we'll see exactly how long he is able to man the bump this evening, because you are still talking about someone, despite the good stuff at the AAA level. Yes, he fanned 18 over the course of 11 innings and whatnot, but he didn't pitch particularly deep into those games either. Pitch count maximized in the low 80s on both occasions. So with the way that this sets up, Wainwright currently scheduled to face old friend Johan Oviedo tomorrow night, and then maybe a prospective turn from Matthew Liberatore on Wednesday, you could find yourselves very quickly once again in the position of just struggling, trying to labor to find who's going to be able to register the outs.
Yeah, I think if you talk to Ollie or if you talk to most around Major League Baseball, that's worst case scenario, and it's on the plate. Don't think for a second it's not in the back of their mind. What they're hoping, obviously, is that he gives them 5-6 innings. Wainwright tomorrow gives you 5 to 6, 7 innings, and then that what you're talking about is off the table, because they have an off day then, I believe, on Thursday going into the series with the Phillies, which could be ugly too. That's not an easy pitcher's park. But to your point, it's something you got to consider. because you have guys right now that recent history has told you they're not going to go deep into games. Wainwright's not going deep into games. This kid tonight, you have no idea about. And Liberatore, if you push him back 2 days, you're hoping that he makes that start. But for the most part, outside of the game against Tampa Bay, not giving you deep into games, not getting you deep into games. So, bullpen, be ready to roll.
Yeah. Well,
be ready to roll.
They've been leaned upon heavily all year. So let's get back into this rotation kind of moving forward. Is a guy like Drew Rom comes in, let's say he has a good performance and, Ollie wants to see him again. Dakota Hudson's another guy who has kind of changed the narrative around him. Like, no one's screaming Cy Young, but people are at least now saying, hey, you know what? This guy could compete for a spot in the rotation next year. You've got Matthew Liberatore, who, by all accounts, should be pushing for a spot next year. He hasn't shown the consistency enough, at least for me, to kind of pencil him in there anywhere yet.
No.
And then Zach Thompson, kind of from
I've always liked him.
He's kind of from out of nowhere now.
Not for me.
Well, but okay, I get it. You're right, and it shouldn't be for people surrounding the organization. Shouldn't be much of a surprise. But the way they tinkered with him in the last year,
I didn't like how they did that.
I hated it.
Yeah.
And now here they are, where he's out there pitching. He looks confident.
Oh, yeah.
It's a different look from him.
His minor league numbers this year were awful.
Oh, terrible.
I mean, you look at his walks, you look at
he had more walks than innings pitched at one point.
I mean, that ain't going to cut it.
That's not good.
You know what, Rivs? You've been there. You've been a professional athlete. You know what it's like to go up and down. And when you think that you're going to stick around and have a role with the major league club, and then all of a sudden get told, oh, by the way, we're going to change the complete trajectory of your season, and you're going to go down to the minors. You're going to go be a defenseman. Now I'm moving you to forward, and you're not going to come up until maybe the next year, and you're going to play forward. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. I'm a defenseman. No, not here anymore. We're going to move you to forward, and you're going to do that in Worcester. Okay,
things couldn't get any worse.
They couldn't. I'm sure you heard that a few times. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden, with Thompson, it was like, okay, I'm making strides. I want to be a starter, but now I'm being asked to be a bullpen guy. Okay, I can handle that. I'm in the big leagues. Great, I'll do it, and maybe eventually graduate to the rotation. Well, now we're going to tell you to go down to the minor leagues, and you're going to spend your time down there. Remember, at the time, they had 5 guys. So this is about stretching you out to be a star. I mean, your motivation, you're a human being. And everybody says, well, just go down there, accept the role, and do what you're supposed to do. It doesn't work like that. These guys are human beings. And so you're talking about a top draft choice, too, out of Kentucky, with swing and miss stuff, with a guy that throws mid-90s, with a vicious curveball. If you look at his spin rates are off the charts. Like, they're some of the best on the team. So now he's getting a taste of being back, and that carrot is being dangled in front of him and saying, hey, you have a chance to do something here down the stretch. That's why when people say we're not playing for anything, no, they're playing. There's some guys playing for a lot here down the stretch.
Always.
And there's one of them right there, is case in point, is Zach Thompson. This does not surprise me. I've seen it up close. He's got good stuff. Now he's got the opportunity, and I'm sure they're going to extend. I think his pitch count was around 80 pitches yesterday, something like that. Now that means he's probably on 90 to 95 to 100.
Yep.
And now you get into a flow in that final month. You take the ball every 5th day, and they will look at you differently going into this offseason and saying, and I'm not saying that they say he's penciled in as one of our guys, but they're going to give him every opportunity to be one of those guys.
And for him, give the Cardinals no choice but to have you at least on their brains as a guy that's competing for that spot.
And he's showing you that if he even doesn't make the rotation next year, that he could be effective coming out of your bullpen.
Absolutely.
So those are things that you got to consider too.
Well, a lot of fun watching these young guys down the stretch, see who seizes the moment. And it's going to be a lot of fun watching Drew Rom on the bump tonight against the Pittsburgh Pirates, his first game wearing the Cardinal uniform. It's going to be exciting. I'm wishing the young man very well.
I think debuts are guys that get a chance. I always think it's fun.
I think it's great.
I do too. I mean, that's why
one of the things that when you have a team that's out of it, you get to see a lot more of. It's now, I don't want this every year. In fact, this year's fine with me just being a one-off. But at least the Cardinals have something to be excited about. Some teams are in this situation and they don't have a Mason Winn. They don't have a Drew Rom. They don't have a Jordan Walker. They don't.
And wherever you stand on the Waino thing, you don't have a guy going for 200 wins.
No, you're right. 100%.
You know, if he gets to 199 and he's looking for 200, you don't think a lot of people will be paying attention to that?
They better be.
Yeah, a lot of people will be.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I still think that anytime a kid makes a debut or has earned the opportunity to, because they all earned it. Some way, somehow you earned it to get to that level. You may not want to believe that, but they did. And this kid has earned the opportunity in their eyes to have this shot. See what you can do, man. I'd tell him, hey, go for broke.
Just go do your thing.
You got nothing to lose. Go for broke.
Do your thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, the Air Comfort Service text line is up and running. That number is 314-399-9646. Text in your questions. Anything, quite honestly. Danny and I like to talk about anything. So any questions you have,
oh yeah,
text them in. Sports Six Pack coming up next here on 101 ESPN.
It's time for the Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six Pack is refreshed by Maggie O'Brien's, your go-to Irish pub in St. Louis for over 42 years.
It's a Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. It's time for your Sports Six Pack. Here we go.
Question number one.
Gentlemen, it wasn't all about the imminent Drew Rom arrival before yesterday's series finale versus New York. The Cardinals, of course, inducted Jose Oquendo and Max Lanier into their Hall of Fame in a ceremony at Ballpark Village. And the secret weapon actually gave a nice little shout out to TLR.
I want to thank Tony, who brought me back to St. Louis as a coach. He knows that was my passion. When he first asked me twice, I told him, no, I'm not going to coach in the major leagues because my passion was teaching the young guys in the minor leagues. But he promised me that when I get to the big league, I'm going to be teaching just as much that I do in the minor leagues. And he was right.
Audio courtesy of Bally Sports Midwest. Dan, especially as you were growing up watching Cardinal baseball, observing, how special was it to see a player with that level of versatility at that time in the game?
He was awesome. Great player, great hands. I used to play catch with him before games all the time. And when I'd throw the ball to him, I'd be in a suit, by the way, and we'd be playing catch because he'd get to the ballpark early and we'd just be messing around. I used to talk to Jose every day. But he would make it... he'd make it disappear. You wouldn't even see it go into his glove. His hands were so fast. So it'd just go in. You couldn't even tell. It'd be back into his throwing hand. His hands are incredible. I used to play a lot of golf with him, too. He had kind of an odd way to address the ball, but his hands were so good. And he'd be out there just around the green. It'd be just up and down every single time. He was amazing. I love what he said there because there's more teaching done now at the major league level on how to play the game than ever before. And the reason I say that, Rivs, and I don't know what it's like in hockey, but these young kids that are learning the game of baseball, or I should say playing the game of baseball, how fast do you run? What's your launch angle? How hard do you throw? Well, do you know how to move a runner over?
Yeah.
Do you know how to run from first to third on a base hit? Do you know on where to throw the ball on a cut, on a base hit with a runner at first? Do you know where to go with it if you're the outfielder? Things like that. Like they are teaching this stuff at this level. That's why you see a lot of games across the board in Major League Baseball. The game is not played properly. Well, I don't blame the players. The players aren't taught. The players, the only way they're going to get recognized is to be the fastest guy, throw the hardest, or hit for bombs. And that's how you get recognized to get drafted. And the way that you're paid now is to hit home runs. So strikeouts now, who cares? Go hit me 30 bombs, I'll pay you. Paul DeYoung, I'll pay you. That's why he got paid. Part of it is that he was a good defensive player, but he hit bombs. So, when you look at a guy like Jose Oquendo that gets inducted into the Cardinals Hall of Fame, he was teaching everybody. And it was, everybody. He was a first baseman. He's teaching Albert Pujols. You're over at third base. He was helping Scott Rowland. Jimmy Edmonds playing center field. He'd help him. These are guys that are amazing defensive players that we talk about. Yachty got a lot of tutelage from Jose Oquendo. So it's just the game is just not taught properly this is my own opinion, in many respects in the minors or in youth baseball. And then when they finally get to professional baseball and then the kids are pushed because the money is so great. They have to justify giving Jamie Rivers $10 million while he's thrust into the big leagues and doesn't know how to play.
Yeah.
So you got to have a guy like Jose Oquendo to help you along. So he deserves it. It's great that he went in.
Question number 2.
Let's head out to the City of Angels, shall we? And Icons. On Saturday night, guys, Mookie Betts hammered 2 home runs as the Dodgers swept the Marlins in a doubleheader. That's all well and good, but most notably, Betts made sure to salute LeBron James, who was there in a suite with his family, and the King responded by tipping his cap. But I'm curious, for you two, from whom would it be the ultimate honor, sports, other entertainment avenues, whatever, to receive a hat tip, meaning you have arrived?
Oh, I got mine.
Go ahead.
The great one.
The great one?
Yeah.
Wayne Gretzky?
Yeah. I interviewed Wayne a few times when he was playing, and I was doing the Blues, and that was pretty cool. But if he would have looked up at me and given me a knock on the chest or something like, hey, Danny Mac, I'd been like, that's the great one down there doing that. And I'm not like that. I don't really care.
It's still cool.
That would have been pretty cool for me.
So one of the coolest moments for me in my career, and I was very blessed. I played with so many Hall of Famers in my career. I go back sometimes and just kind of shake my head as to the guys that I've played with. And
can I interrupt?
Yeah, absolutely.
You played or were coached by on the same team. It's a great note. You were the only one, I think. It was like Brett, Gretzky, and somebody else. You were telling me this about a year ago. We were talking about it.
Oh, it's the only players to have played against, with, and for
Okay,
Wayne Gretzky.
that's yes.
And it's me, Brett Hull, and a guy named Sean O'Donnell.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome. So you're playing with a bunch of Hall of Famers.
Hall of Famers, but the very first eye-opening moment for me, and it pertains to Wayne Gretzky, was when he got traded here. And I remember the next morning, he's in the locker room and he's reading the USA Today, and he sat like 3 stalls over from me. And you walk in, and I'm like, this, like as a kid, I watched this guy, like it's incredible. This is the greatest player in the world. And so you kind of walk in, you're trying to be cool at the time, kind of like not too much of a dork. I just walk up and I'm like, hey, Wayne, Jamie Rivers, nice to meet you. He's like, oh, hey, yeah, Wayne. He's like, hey, Jamie, yeah. He's like, hey, man, you had a hell of a career in junior hockey. He's like, man, you're scoring all those points. And I was like,
he knew.
He knew
how awesome is that?
Me. And like that floored me, because I was like, he may have known like, who I was because I played against him,
Sure.
But he knew like way beyond that, like layers. And I was blown away, and I felt so freaking amazing. I was like, the great one, like, actually knows who I am. I don't care if he read it this morning before he got here by accident. He had this information. And so it was a really cool moment to...
I heard he's a great teammate.
He was a fantastic teammate.
Yeah.
Incredible guy, great teammate. He liked to have fun. He liked to laugh, joke, be with the boys. Like, when you were on the same team with Wayne, it wasn't about Wayne. It was about the team.
Yeah.
And it was difficult at times because wherever we traveled, we needed like heightened security because people were, just crawling out of everywhere to try and get a glimpse of Wayne Gretzky or to get a signature or a picture with him. So that was the only difference, for Wayne, is sometimes he had to be a little more strategic in how he entered hotels.
I saw that with McGuire.
Yeah, exactly. But as far as a teammate is concerned, he was an amazing teammate. He was
what
a
was
great
he as a coach?
So as a coach, he was awesome for me. Like, he traded for me. So when I got there, he's like, listen, I need a guy here, a veteran guy. You're going to play a lot. You're going to play in every situation. So he's like, take care of yourself, if you know what I mean. Be ready to go. And he would call me in his office and just bounce ideas off of me and stuff. And he'd get so frustrated. I remember one time Freddie Schustrom was a Swedish kid. Great speed, great skills. Not quite the toolbox that, elite players have. We're on the power play, and Freddie makes a play, and then Wayne calls me into his office in the intermission, and it's like, why can't he see that guy that's wide open? He's like, what the hell is wrong with Freddie? He's not, can't. I go, hey, Wayne. I go, do you know what the problem is? He's like, what? I go, his name's not Gretzky.
Exactly. Isn't that the truth, though, with great players? They see it, and it's tough to coach because they don't understand why guys can't see what they see.
Oh, yeah, he sees it so plain as day. Yet Freddie Schustrom, like, he's operating with, like, the horse blinders on, just trying to survive out there.
Exactly.
So, but that was my hat tip moment when the great one actually knew, like, who I was.
Question number 3.
Last round for this stanza, guys. So, Jamie, the 636 must know. If you had to choose, you have to make this crucial decision between one beer and one form of whiskey for the remainder of your days.
Oh.
Which is it going to be?
Oh, it's the bourbon all day long. Absolutely. Like, don't get me wrong. I enjoy a nice cold beer, like cutting the grass, coming in, or doing some work around the yard or up at the lake. I mean, yes, bartender, beer me, please.
I want to ask you one more thing, though, about Gretzky.
Okay, yeah.
So when he
liked to drink vodka.
Thank you. When he decided to leave St. Louis, did you guys all know that was a done deal?
Oh, man, there is a story behind this.
With Iron.
Yeah, so Mike Keenan and the front office pulled their stunt that they had pulled, which was basically offered him a contract and then pulled it off the table in the middle of the Red Wings series.
In Detroit,
because they felt like Gretz wasn't playing up to his potential, so they pulled the deal off the table. That was it. You knew it.
So that was it. You can't do that to Wayne.
Who pulls a contract off the table from the greatest player in the game?
And he did not want to leave.
Oh, he wanted to retire here.
Yeah.
He wanted to retire a
family here. Mm-hmm. He wanted to be a Blue.
Everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a very sad moment because we could have had the greatest player of all time here for an extended period of time.
No question about it. And he goes out, he played three more years, I think, with the Rangers.
Oh, at least.
I think it was 3. I think he signed a 3-year, $24 million deal, something like that.
And with the teams that we had here at that moment, like,
could have won.
Could have easily.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna continue here with the Sports Six Pack. You guys got so many great questions. Again, the Air Comfort Service text line is 314-399-9646. More of the Six Pack next on 101 ESPN.
The biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back and bigger than ever with $14 million in guaranteed prizes only at Circus Sports. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. 2 ways to win and no rate. Play Circa Million, where you make 5 picks against the spread each week with 100% payback. Or join Circus Survivor, where you select one team each week straight up. Last the longest to win it all. $14 million in guaranteed prizes. Visit circusports.com for details.
Redbirds roll out lineup for series opener. Good afternoon. I'm Bradford Bruns, and this SportsCenter update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Tommy Edman is set to top line the Cardinals' order tonight as the team takes on Pittsburgh at 6:05 p.m. In the two-hole is left fielder Tyler O'Neill. Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado will follow in front of designated hitter Wilson Contreras and Jordan Walker. Andrew Kisner is next. He will be performing the catching duties for Drew Rom, who is making his major league debut after firing off 18 Ks over the span of 11 innings for AAA Memphis. This SportsCenter update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
I have a question. It's time for the Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six-Pack is refreshed by Maggie O'Brien's, your go-to Irish pub in St. Louis for over 42 years.
Welcome back to the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. We're going to continue with your sports six-pack questions.
Question number 4.
Dan, this one is specifically for you. In your estimation, Al Hrabosky as well as Dave Duncan, is it high time, is it well overdue that those two individuals merit some legitimate Hall of Fame consideration?
Yeah, Jamie can jump into this too because the Blues have their Hall of Fame, but I have long been pushing for Al. I think Al should get in. Al will be the first one to tell you that he is not a baseball Hall of Famer. But what Al did for the organization on the field, Fireman of the Year, but then all his years of service to the organization, working in television, game analyst, pre and post. He now has an ambassador role with the club. He is with fans constantly, taking pictures, kissing babies, signing autographs,
cards, and giving to kids.
He's all over the place. He's been just a hell of an ambassador for the club. I look at him, and I also look at Dave Duncan too. I think Dave Duncan, for what he did with that great era of Cardinals baseball with pitching, some of them being reclamation projects in which they were very good, and he's had a big hand in helping those guys regain their form. I think that's important. But back to Al, I love Al. I hope he gets it. I think he will. And part of this too is that these Hall of Fames are new. So you have the real easy choices of whether they're NHL or Major League Baseball Hall of Famers, they're in. And then you have the hall of like really close NHL baseball Hall of Famers that are going to be into your Hall of Fame for your respective team. But then you got to look at, I think, outside of even on the ice or on the field. What have these gentlemen or ladies, even in some cases, depending on just how far you go into the offices of both these organizations, of what they meant to people in and around the team and the city and the community, and I don't know, man, you're going to be hard pressed to find anybody more deserving than Al in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. Look, I compare Al Hrabosky a lot to Bobby Plager in regards to
it's a good comp.
They're not just ambassadors for the clubs, they're ambassadors for the city too. The amount of things that these guys have done away from the game is incredible. And this is where I do really, really like what the St. Louis Blues have started with their Blues Hall of Fame, is that it's not just the best players, it's the best Blues. And what that means is guys that were out in the community, maybe something to do with youth hockey, maybe growing the game here locally, maybe doing a lot of charity work. All of that counts for something, especially if you're under the Blue Note umbrella.
Yes.
And I think that's the part where you have to look at Hall of Fame individuals, and not so much Hall of Fame players. And I understand the Cardinals have a certain criteria that they follow for their Hall of Fame. Or
There's
at least
also,
I believe there's a criteria.
There is. There's a couple committees, but then they have, and I guess the Blues would have this too, kind of like an owner's pick or picks.
Oh, I'm sure that, yes.
If the owner says, I want that guy in.
I don't know all the logistics on that, but I can imagine that if the owners or the front office or people here wanted a specific Blues player in there, he'd probably get in there.
Well, I could see a fan saying, well, this is getting watered down. Well,
but watered down which way? Because why shouldn't guys be recognized for doing great things?
I agree. And it's not getting watered down because there's only so many Hall of Famers to go around. So once you started this Hall of Fame, you knew you're going to have this influx of incredible talent right? I mean, you're going to have some of the biggest names in the sport and with that organization. And then after that, and I don't like to use the term watered down, but they don't have the resume of the others that are already in. And that's just the way it's going to be. You're going to get, now for the Cardinals, in their case, you're going to have some pretty big names coming up. I think it's 3 years you have to be retired and have spent 3 or 5 years with the team. So you're going to have Molina, you're going to have Albert, you're going to have Wainwright. You're going to have some of these guys that are coming up. That'll be big classes. But then you're going to have some of the years that are not the biggest names. But, man, believe me, their impact is felt for generations of this organization.
Yeah, and I just go back to my original thought is, the actual Hall of Famers, like baseball Hall of Famers or hockey Hall of Fame guys, those are easy picks. They're like redundant almost. Okay, we just put them in our Hall of Fame.
You just run out of them.
Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah. I think that there's people that deserve, like Bruce Affleck is a guy.
Just going to bring that up.
That he deserves to be in the Blues Hall of Fame. What he's done for this alumni association here in St. Louis and just all the jobs that he's had with the Blues overall, like that's a guy that, under certain criteria probably wouldn't be in consideration because he wasn't an all-star player, but he's been an all-star individual.
How about Susie Matthew?
She's the next one on my list.
Yeah.
I mean, Brett Hull's personal caretaker, quite honestly. Yeah. Brett Hull will tell you flat out, without Susie Matthew, he would have been lost here.
Yeah.
And the amount of things that Susie Matthew did for this organization is incredible. She was the first person I met with the organization once I was drafted. She greeted me, walked me over the table, and
which is what she did for everybody.
So Susie Matthew should be in consideration as well for sure. So I just go back to the original thought for me is pick the individuals that made the logo better on and off the ice.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And Al is that guy. I hope Al's listening because he deserves to be in. I know he listens a lot, but I really believe that. Al's a great friend, and he has been involved in tons of charity under, as you said, the umbrella of the Cardinal logo.
Yep.
And I hope he gets more consideration than maybe he's already gotten, or maybe he has gotten a bunch. I'm not in those meetings or those closed door, get-togethers to decide who gets to go in, but. And by the way, he was a hell of a pitcher there for a while, too. So you add all that together. Yeah, and I know it would mean the world to him. Absolutely. I mean, he lives and dies Cardinal baseball. So that'd be very cool.
Question number 5.
This one would fit right at home on Golf with Jay Delsing. Now on for 2 hours, if I'm not mistaken,
every
Sunday morning, right?
That's right.
Okay.
8 to 10.
Let's hit the links, shall we? And at the peaks of their respective powers, Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods, you can question the dominance factor. You can question how the game evolves through the decades. With whom would you have rather rolled to win it all? One tournament for it all at Augusta National.
I'm going Tiger. Oof. Tough to go against Jack, who's got the most majors of anybody, but I'd go Tiger. I mean, the guy won when he was, 21 years old by, 13 strokes or whatever it was. And he shoot a 40 on the front 9 of his first, the Masters that he won, the first one.
Is that good, Dan?
No, not for a pro. I'd take it.
I would take it, too.
I'd be happy as hell. But I think he shot a 40 on the front 9 and then beat the field by 13, something like that. That's ridiculous. They had to change golf because of him, the courses, trying to look at changing equipment because of him. Now, if I had one, I'd go Tiger. Yeah.
Wow.
You going Jack?
I'm going Jack. Absolutely.
Best guy you played golf with?
Phil Mickelson.
Oh, you played with Phil out in Arizona?
Yeah.
Did you guys gamble?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it high numbers, or did you just say, this is what I got?
No, it was not high numbers. No, I mean, I was in the game, and I was just sort of like a second-year guy at the time. I did not have the capital to participate at a higher level.
Apparently, he's bet over $1 billion in 30 years.
I had no idea about that.
I knew he bet. I just didn't know it would be. I knew the numbers would be high. Yeah. I never thought it'd be with a B.
It was eye-opening.
So Billy Walters has a new book coming out on Phil, and it's just like he just let it loose. He just said, "Here you go. I'm gonna let you know everything."
I can't wait to see Phil's reaction if he even has one. He's probably like, "Yeah, oh well."
It's probably why he took the money from Liv. If he knew this was coming out and opportunities would shrink because of this book that came out, we're not going to put you on the tour television series. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Maybe you're looking at suspension. Okay, I'll take my $500 million and go play in shorts. That's the way I'd look at it.
I love it.
Question number 6.
Quick shout out to SC on another authoritative victory just yesterday, 6-3 over Austin, if I'm not mistaken. Let's span, though, the soccer field here, gentlemen. And Lionel Messi just continuing to make mincemeat of the rest of the MLS. Now, 10 goals in 7 matches for Inter Miami, which wasn't even relevant prior to his arrival. His team just won the League's Cup, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
But on some level, what we're seeing, the flat-out dominance there, is it a bit of a referendum against what a lot of the soccer diehards are trying to make of the MLS, the reputation now? Anything to that?
I don't know if there is, because, Lionel Messi is arguably still one of the greatest players in the world, and he certainly has been one of the greatest players of all time.
He's in the top 5 now of scoring, I think, all time for Miami, or top 10.
Now, MLS, and Dan, you know more about the league and maybe other leagues around the world, but as it sits right now, I think MLS is still ranked maybe 5th or 6th best league out there. So if that's the case, and you have one of the most dominant players ever coming from the top of the top to this league, then it's natural that he's going to dominate.
Did you ever think, though, I've been wondering to ask you this, do you ever think, though, he would, this is really a stupid statement, I think, but that he would play down to his competition? Like, he would get maybe elite some games and then just get kind of like, this is a joke. I
think those guys are different. I think if Messi could bury 5 goals in a game, he would.
Not play down to him, but maybe not be motivated. Then it affects his play.
Well, you know what? I haven't put him under the microscope to see how he's hustling around the pitch all the time.
It's pretty good.
But I do know that when he has a chance to play offense, that he kicks it into high gear, and
it's unbelievable.
It's amazing what he's done. That team right now is looking at it going, we're in last place in our conference right now.
Yeah.
But playoffs are possible now that this guy's here.
He, I think he's got, 9 goals, Bradford? Is that right? 8, 9 goals?
Yeah, he's double digits already.
So he's
7 games.
He's in the top 10, I think, all time in the franchise history. It's awesome.
Fun. It's fun to watch that happen. Another guy that's fun is Mason Winn. And when we come back here, Bradford has some audio to play for us. And Danny, he wants us to react to the audio.
Okay, reaction's coming.
And also, the Air Comfort Service text line and the mic drop feature are open and available. We'd like to get your thoughts on Mason Winn, what you saw so far in his first series, what you liked, what you didn't like, what his potential could be. All that coming up next here on 101 ESPN.
Well, I mean, of course, we got to see him in spring training. We love the excitement that he brings, him and with Walker together. But Mason is he's an electric type player. He's got, look at the plays last night, probably a couple of balls that you hadn't seen guys get to too much on either side of the field. So he brings that element, but also, from an offensive standpoint, he can bring excitement when he gets on the bases, what he can do taking extra bases, all those things that the fans are going to love to see.
It's a Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers here, Danny Mack sitting in for Anthony Stalter, Bradford Burns on the dials for Andrew Marsh. That was Turner Ward on the Cardinals' new shortstop, Mason Winn. And if we circle back to Mason Winn, there's just a lot of buzz around this player, Dan.
Yeah.
Just a lot of buzz. And I'm wondering how much learning curve there's going to be for this young man, because he's so frigging talented. He's such an athlete that can make up for some of the stuff that you're not ready for.
I think it goes back to what we're talking about. Where you at with mentally? Physically, he's the tools are there.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing that. But the mental aspect of being a major league player, being a NHLer, it's just different, man. It's just different from being in the minors or being at AAA and making this jump. And so what happens if he goes over his next 10? Okay, now I'm 3 for 23. Uh-oh, a lot of expectation. Now I just 0 for 5 on this. Okay, now I'm 3 for 28. That stuff happens.
It can happen quickly,
and it snowballs on you.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing that I'm kind of going to be watching here. Physically, I don't think there's any doubt the guy is got the tools. So that let's throw that out there. It's how he adapts to the ruts that'll inevitably, and they will happen. What happens when it happens here at the major league level, and how quickly he can adjust. It's a game of adjustments. Cliche, but very true. It's also a game of how quickly can I forget and move on. And we're going to find out. Now he's thrust in there. He's going to be in the everyday lineup from here until the end of the season. Let's see how he plays it out.
Cardinals manager Ollie Marmol discussed Mason Winn, and here's what he had to say.
I really enjoyed watching him. I thought he handled the day really well. To your point, there's a lot going on, especially for a young player like Mason. There's a decent amount of attention. He's focused on just competing, but there's other responsibilities when it's your first day up here. And I thought he's handled it extremely well, and he was excited to get on the field and get the game going. There's a lot to be excited about when you watch that kid play.
So that's your manager, Ollie Marmol, giving him some high praise, which he should.
Yeah.
I mean, the kids come in with a lot of press around just how good he is. The expectation's very high. He's one of the top prospects, not just for the Cardinals, but in all of Major League Baseball. I think the biggest thing, quite honestly, is going to be, what does it look like a week to 10 days from now?
That's what I'm talking about. Now you're settled in a little bit. You got your road trip.
Teams are settled in. They've got a book on you. They're starting to see the trends that, get you out, the pitches that you chase more often than not. So for me, that's the biggest thing, is what does it look like a week to 10 days from now?
And they probably have a pretty good idea, because film is readily available now at the minor league level, and your scouts are watching them. So they have a pretty good idea right now, although, again, major league pitching, different than what you see in the minor leagues. It's more precise. It's better. Not as, fewer mistakes. All those things go into it. I'll be interested once he settles in his second homestand. That's when, okay, hey, you got the first game under your belt. Like Ollie said, there's a lot that goes into your family. Your friends are there. There's the media attention. There's been a lot of attention drawn to you just coming through the minor league system. Then you play the game. Then you get your first major league hit. Then it gets thrown in the stands. Then you got to answer questions about that. Okay, now that's all done. You go on your first road trip. You get through Pittsburgh. You get an off day. Then you get through Philly. Okay, you're hanging out with your buddy Jordan Walker, who's probably thrilled to see him there. He's got a guy his age finally to hang out with. And then that next homestand, it starts to become rinse and repeat. Okay, this is what it's kind of. I got my route to the ballpark. My stuff is arrived from Memphis. I'm settled into my place. I know I'm going to be here. Now let's settle in and get everything under the way it's supposed to be. Get everything under wraps, the things outside the ballpark. Just concentrate on playing baseball. And then at that point, start to take a little harder evaluation of where you're at.
How did the youngster himself feel following his first game? Well, here's Mason Winn on his performance.
Man, it was fantastic. I mean, walking out there, seeing the fans out there, I was really, a little bit nervous for sure, at first, but I think getting through the first couple of innings, I mean, throwing to Luke and Baker, I'm pretty comfortable doing that, especially with him down there in Memphis so much. But, it was a lot of fun. Really excited for the future.
It's background noise there. Somebody telling he wanted to work with Willie McGee on stealing bases.
Yeah.
Couldn't control himself in the background there.
That is something I want to see him do more. Are you surprised that, generally speaking, we're not seeing stolen bases as much? I thought we'd see teams just running wild. Now, the running game is up. I just thought when you get a guy on and he had decent speed, you're going for it. And the numbers will bear it out. I mean, if they felt that there was a huge advantage, you'd see stolen bases across the board way, way up. Yeah, there's a few here and there, but not as much as I thought.
Yeah, and I don't think it's as much as Major League Baseball thought it was going to be either.
I agree.
Making the bases just a little bit bigger, because how many plays in the past were like right there, just get the tag before he touches the base?
100%.
And now they've got a better opportunity to steal that base.
And the throws over to first base, I mean, you're limited with
human
that.
error involved in all of it.
I just thought that they would be running a lot more than they have, generally speaking, across the board in the game.
Yeah.
But we're just not seeing it. I'd love to see it. That to me is so much fun. Get the athleticism. Baseball has never had athletes like this, generally across the board in this sport like we have right now. These guys are athletes. And there's baseball players, and I mean there's athletes. And these guys are athletes that play baseball. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, these guys.
Several tools that they can use, and speed. And look, Mason Winn, I did not know he was as fast as he is.
He can fly.
And he flew down first baseline for that first hit in his career. I mean, he was just booking it.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
I mean, you got him. You got Gorman hitting for power. You got Walker who's got tools. There's some things to be excited about. I would just caution people. I think it's just going to take a little bit for these guys to have it all come together.
Yeah, of course.
It's going to take a year or two.
Never mind being patient. Just be realistic if you're a Cardinals fan. Be realistic with everything.
I agree.
You know what else is exciting, Dan?
This show.
The Gauntlet.
Oh, yes, the Gauntlet.
We need a new contestant for the Gauntlet, so text in to 314-399-9646. The Gauntlet coming up next here on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers here. Before you sell your home, you should know what it's worth in today's market. Call Gloria Lou. She will tell you. With 20-plus years of experience, Gloria Lou with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has been successfully selling homes in your area for more money than the average agent. Gloria has multiple selling options that give you, the seller, the power of how and when you sell your home.
Jamie, a few of Gloria's options include bringing multiple cash offers from her substantial pool of investors, a zero-commission program, and don't forget Gloria's Guaranteed Sale program. Why can Gloria guarantee the sale of your home? Because Gloria's database of buyers is huge, and she's so confident that she can sell your home that she can put her own money where her mouth is. Call your local St. Louis real estate expert today. Call Gloria Lou at 314-325-6888, 314-325-6888, or visit GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. That's GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Conditions apply. Gloria and seller must agree on price and possession date.
categories, one challenger. Can you master the gauntlet?
Brought to you by Master, your hometown source for business communications for more than 30 years. Visit masstour.com.
Welcome back inside the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Danny Mack, Bradford Burns coming at you. It's time for the Gauntlet. We've got Trevor joining us today. Trevor, how are we doing, bud?
Quite well, other than it's pretty darn hot out.
Yeah, this heat has been a little bit much. I'm not going to lie. I was going to cut my grass yesterday, and I took a step outside and said, maybe another time. So
yeah,
hopefully it cools down a little bit.
I'm sweating my taters off in the workshop going through some recycling stuff.
Well, there you go. All right, so Trevor, the way it's going to work today is because Anthony and Andrew are back tomorrow, it means you're stuck against me today.
I had a feeling.
All right, I'm going to head off to the cone of silence. I'll let Bradford take over, but best of luck to you, okay, bud?
All right, same.
All right, thank you.
All right, Trevor, what are we feeling category-wise today? What's your take?
I don't even want to say it because it's what will happen.
Foreboding sense of doom, huh? Well, you do have to say those special words, though. Trigger what I need to do, please, sir.
Spin it.
The wheel is painstakingly slow today. It, too, must be affected by the heat. Let's see. Oh, and we're going to land on America's pastime. Baseball it is, Trevor.
Oh, that's cool.
All right, let's get to these questions ready to go. Danny Mack is going to be the Tommy Edman on this occasion, meaning he is leading off for you, sir.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, Trevor, here we go. Question 1. After the Phillies beat the Cardinals in the wild card round last season, who did they go in to beat in the NLDS?
Oh, man, I should know this. LDS. Phillies beat... Was it Atlanta?
Is that your final answer?
No, give me the options, please.
San Diego, Atlanta, or the Dodgers?
San Diego.
Final answer?
Yippers.
Okay.
Number 2, the last time the Reds won the Fall Classic in 1990, what was the team that Cincinnati swept?
Oh, they swept in the World Series.
Yep.
1990. Oh, man. Give me the options.
Okay. First one, the Oakland Athletics. Number 2, Minnesota Twins. Or choice number 3, the Toronto Blue Jays.
Blue Jays.
Final answer?
Yep.
All right. Question 3. Who was the last team to lose back-to-back World Series? The L.A. Dodgers?
Whoa.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, I can't give the options yet until you ask for them.
Play on.
I didn't hear anything. Lose back-to-back World Series. God. I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and take the options since we already kind of got there.
Sure. L.A. Dodgers, Texas Rangers, Atlanta Braves. The last team to lose back-to-back World Series.
I'll go Texas.
And number 4, can you tell us which Cardinal, which individual has struck out the most thus far in the 2023 campaign?
It's got to be somebody who's been actually playing. Oh, man. Who's been in there all the time? It's got to be like Goldie or Arenado just because. I'm going to say Arenado.
Final answer?
Yep.
All right. We will bring Jamie back into the fold here momentarily. Trevor, initial thoughts on the performance today. It's a Monday. Cut yourself a little slack. Super hot. What do you think?
Horrific.
Well, it's not a very nice adjective. Okay, well, we'll see exactly how Mr. Rivers fares when it comes to, as we said, America's pastime today. Jamie, say hello to Trevor again.
Trev, how'd we do, buddy?
Oh, golly, I'm scared.
What's our category, Bradford?
America's pastime.
We've got baseball.
Oh, baseball been very, very good to me.
Mm-hmm. We're about to find out.
Has it, though?
I don't know. All right, let's party.
Right, question 1 for Jamie Rivers.
Yeah.
After the Phillies beat the Cardinals in the wild card round last season, who did they go in to beat in the NLDS? They went on to beat this team in the NLDS.
Okay. So the Phillies beat the Cardinals, and then I believe they beat the Braves. Yeah, I think it was the Braves.
Final answer?
Final answer.
All right.
Okay.
Question 2, please.
Jamie, the last time Cincinnati appeared in the World Series, won the World Series, in fact, way back, 1990. Can you tell me the team that was swept at the hands of the Reds?
Give me the options, please.
No hesitation.
No.
Oakland A's. The Oakland A's once played in a World Series. Oh, yes, they were relevant. Minnesota Twins. Toronto Blue Jays.
Okay, well, I know it wasn't the Blue Jays because the Blue Jays, the only time they've been to the World Series, they won it, and they won it back-to-back. So
it's the only time you watched.
Correct. That's not true, actually. Growing up in Canada, we had the Expos, we had the Blue Jays.
Oh, yeah.
We knew what was going on.
For sure you did.
Yeah. Okay, so the other options, the A's. The A's were pretty good in the 90s, which leads me to believe they could have been in a World Series. What's the third one?
Twins.
The Twins were also pretty good in the early 90s.
Kirby Puckett.
Yeah. Kent Herbeck over there at first base. Boy, oh boy. I'm going to say it was the Minnesota Twins. Final answer.
Question 3. Who is the last team to lose back-to-back World Series? The last team to lose back-to-back World Series.
I should know this, but I can't think about it right now. Options, please.
The LA Dodgers, the Texas Rangers, the Atlanta Braves.
Oh, I didn't believe it's the Atlanta Braves. They had a stretch there where they were in the damn thing all the time before they won it. I'll go Atlanta Braves. Final answer.
And question number 4, bringing up the rear. Can you tell me?
Never mind. It was the last team?
The last team.
I think it was the Dodgers, damn it. Oh, I said final answer. Go ahead.
How about the Cardinal, who has struck out the most times in the 2023 season to date?
Oh, boy.
In other words, who struck out the most?
So far this year.
Yeah.
Wow. Trying to go through the roster really quickly here. That's a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very tough one. Who has struck out the most?
Answer it.
Shush your face, Dan. I'm trying to think. Okay? I know you got the answers in front of you. It's really easy for you, eh, buddy? Yeah.
Focus.
I'm trying. Okay. I'll go with Wilson Contreras.
Old Willie?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Options, please. I didn't say final answer.
Okay. All right. Very well. We will go with either Nolan Gorman, Paul Goldschmidt, or Big Willie Style himself.
Son of a gun. I got to stick with my gut instinct. Big Willie. Final answer.
Well, Dan, this one turned out to be, would the word stalemate be fair in this instance?
Well,
defensive battle.
It was a defensive battle.
Oh, boy.
It's a pillow fight.
That's great.
Yep.
All right, let's go over it.
You have chosen poorly.
You lose.
Not today.
Quick on the gun, my man.
Quick on the gun. I know, indeed. Well, now that the suspense has been removed from the proceedings, let's talk a little bit about these baseball findings. How about number 1, the Phillies beating the Cardinals in the wild card round? That happened last season, naturally. Now, what team did the Phillies go on to beat in the NLDS? As a matter of fact, it turned out to be those Atlanta Braves. That was, yep.
So Trevor went with San Diego, and Jamie went with the Braves, so Jamie's up there.
There you go.
That might be the only one that either one gets. Who knows?
That's fine.
Number 2.
As long as you get what?
Cincinnati hasn't won a World Series crown since 1990. The team that the Reds swept on that occasion, Twins, Blue Jays, not so much. The Oakland A's knocked off by Cincinnati. Number 3, the last
Trevor
team.
went with Trevor, who'd you go with on that one? Because Jamie went Minnesota.
Toronto, correct?
Yeah,
Neighbors
Toronto.
to the
That was
north.
it. Yeah. All right. Okay.
That's right. Let's swing to another coast entirely. The last team to lose to drop back-to-back fall classics. Jamie, you were a stand-up guy about this question, and the options were Dodgers, Rangers, Braves. Most recently, we're talking about those Dodgers.
That one eluded me. But the recently, I shouldn't have gotten so quick. It was Dan. Dan makes me nervous. He's yelling at me. Give me
No,
an
I yelled
answer.
at you at question 4, not 3.
Yeah, but I could feel it coming.
I was thinking about it.
And last but not least, the Cardinal that has fanned the most in 2023, Goldschmidt, Contreras, or Nolan Gorman. Not able to do so at the moment. We'll see exactly what transpires when he returns to the lineup, presumably later in the road trip, but it was Gorman indeed.
Oh, wow. All right.
Oh.
Yeah,
So-
Trevor, you went with Nolan Arenado, and our buddy over here went with Willie Contreras.
I did. All right, Trev, buddy.
Hit the sounder. Who won?
Well, we already got that out of the way.
You have chosen poorly.
It's officially a bus crash here right now.
Don't intend to rub it in.
All right, Trevor, I appreciate you calling in, buddy. Thanks for listening. Thanks for playing.
Right on. Have a great one, guys.
All right, take care, my man.
Have a good one. Nice work there, Jamie.
Oh,
you
yeah.
got one.
I got one. I fought my gut instinct on the other two, and I should have went with that, but yeah, that's all right.
Were you thinking about going Nolan Gorman on question 4?
No, I wasn't at all.
So you were going Willie, and then who else?
Willie, and then when I went back to the question about the Dodgers, recently is the one. I thought it was like the most times that they had been back to back. The Braves would have had so many different opportunities.
In the 90s, yeah. Only won one.
I screwed that up, and then the A's was my gut instinct on that first one. But then when Kirby Puckett and those guys started, I was like, maybe.
Those Tony La Russos.
I know. McGuire, Canseco, Eckersley, all those
They
guys.
swept, and Eric Davis had a lacerated kidney, I believe, in 1990 with the Reds, and primarily played through it. Yeah, and had surgery like the thing got over, and he's out and done. And the A's went, I think, opening day to the end of the season and won the whole thing. And no one expected them to be any good. And they beat the vaunted A's.
Poof.
That A's team was loaded. They had Hall of Famers everywhere. Pretty good team.
Yeah, really good team.
Including a pretty good manager.
Yeah, really good managers.
Yeah. All right.
All right, that was the Gauntlet.
It's a hell of a gauntlet.
Coming up next here in the Fast Lane, we got MLB news and notes. Next on 101 ESPN.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Say cheese. Hey, St. Louis, you know that you can find Hotley cheese at your local retailers. With superior ingredients and outstanding flavor, Hotley cheeses always take the dairy aisle to the next level. Since 1934, Hotley has worked with cheesemakers to produce the finest products you've ever tasted. From farm to fridge, your family can count on delicious cheese from Hotley. And don't forget, Hotley string cheese and sliced cheese are the perfect addition to your child's lunches this school year.
When you say cheese, say Hotley and smile.
No, when some former teammates were in the other dugout and they were just like, Pete, what the hell are you doing? Kind of, but I'm like, and I was like, oh God, that was a huge mistake, and it's not a fun one to make for sure. I feel awful.
It's Fastlane here, 101 ESPN. That was our guy, big old strong guy, Pete Alonso, following an interesting moment, to say the least.
What'd you think when it initially happened?
I don't, Dan, I'm very perplexed because as a player, like you try to sit there and you go, okay, well, they don't really know what's going on, and maybe he didn't understand. No, you do. You do, because in the clubhouse, I guarantee that they have Mason Winn circled as, hey, first game for this young man. He's got a cannon for an arm, so make sure you're running out any ground ball that you hit, whatever it is. There's something up there when you have a new player in the lineup. So I would imagine that Pete Alonso had some idea that this young player had not reached a bunch of milestones, we'll call them, yet. So then when the play happens, I still don't understand how the ball ends up in the stands. I've seen a lot of baseball in my day, Danny, nothing compared to the amount of baseball you've seen. Not often do I see in the inning, not at the end of the inning, like in the middle of the inning, a player turn and throw a baseball into the crowd.
Not often. I mean, on a foul ball, you'll see that.
I mean, a play like that happens.
Yeah, not often.
Third to first, he's standing there and he just turns and chucks it up into the crowd.
I agree with that. Yeah, I don't see that very often. I can't remember the last time I have.
I just haven't.
Yeah, I don't know why he did it. I mean, you can say it's a lapse in just the immediate judgment of what he was doing, not thinking. I could accept that. Everything turned out fine. He got the ball back. He got a bat signed. Got a gift.
Oh, yeah, but he got a bat signed by Pete Alonso.
Yeah, he did win the home run derby a couple of times.
Bat signed by me, the donkey who threw the ball in the crowd on you.
But normally, what happens is that people are screaming, especially the home dugout is right there with them, and they're screaming at them, hey, we need the ball, we need the ball. And that could happen with strikeout number 1,000, hit number 500, first hit of a major league, whatever. And so, not to have the presence just to roll it over to the dugout was a bit surprising to me. And he had time, too, because he had to stretch to get the ball, get up, and by that time, guys are screaming at him. And the first base coach is Stubby Clapp. Those two have had a run-in. Let's put that aside, is saying, hey, that's his first major league hit. First major league hit, man. Give me the ball. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't. I mean, the ball should have wound up in his. He should have
chucked it over to the dugout.
Chris Conroy does an incredible job. He's one of the trainers. Chris Conroy does the inscriptions on the baseball. Learned how to do it in the minor leagues. For any, they measure out the lettering and all that kind of stuff. They'll put the date and put little parts of the game that maybe who was against, the date, maybe the time or the inning, and it'll say first major league hit, first MLB hit, and they'll give it to him and he'll do it, and then it'll be ready for. He usually does him on the road trip, when he's got downtime, and he'll have it ready to go for Mason Winn when he comes home.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's how they do it. And so, last year he was busy with all the milestones with Albert, and there was a bunch of different, Yachty had a bunch of different milestones, so he was always doing that stuff on the road. But that's one of the jobs as a trainer that sometimes you'll learn. Also, you'll learn how to restring a glove. Those guys restring the gloves too. But to the question that we were just talking about, or the point, I can't. There is no logical explanation as to why he would throw that in the crowd. Not from my point of view.
He was beside himself, though, Dan. He was downright beside himself, and he offered a lot more context. I don't know if it still computes, but we'll try to make sense of it.
I feel horrible. I feel awful. I didn't mean to. I know it sounds stupid, but it is just a bad brain fart. I know throwing the ball in the stands that robs him of a kind of a really special moment. But I feel really bad thinking back on my first hit and just getting the ball thrown back to the dugout. I feel awful. I feel like a piece of crap. Just in the heat of the moment, you kind of just get lost. I just kind of got up from trying to make a play, and then umpire said, "Hey, we're going to switch this ball out." So I'm like, okay, like I'm going to do what I always do, like I always throw the ball in the stands, but I'll never throw the ball in the stands again. I'm just going to roll every ball to the dugout when they're going to switch it out. But that's a really bad mistake, and it's completely unintentional. I feel horrible about it. I feel really bad, and I apologized. I apologized to him when I was at second after the force out, and then I'm really sorry, and I'm gonna try and talk to him and get him something for tomorrow as an apology, because it's stupid. It's a really bad look, and I feel like an idiot, and I feel terrible. I feel really bad.
Yeah, so Pete Alonso with that long...
He did own it.
He owned it, but he should have just said, I'm just dumb. Because that's what it was.
He kind of did just say that. He said I was dumb in the moment or whatever, paraphrasing. I wasn't thinking.
He's not... I just don't know if he's a sharp guy overall.
I don't see how, with that many people screaming at you, and it's not the opposing. He's not on the third base side dugout.
No,
That's
right there.
The first base dugout, first base coach, and an umpire saying we're going to switch the ball out.
Yeah.
Now, that part did catch my attention, where he said, well, we're going to switch the ball out. Maybe he's just thinking, oh, okay, I'll flip it out. But even then, I'm trying to reach for any kind of excuse. It just doesn't make any sense.
It was just a really big, dumb move, bottom line.
You got your first goal, right? You get the puck?
Yeah. Yeah, can you imagine if all of a sudden the puck goes to one of the other players and they just take it and throw it
into the crowd? Right.
Come on.
They know. Everybody on the ice knows.
Everybody knows.
Because guys are going crazy. They're going for the puck.
The referee's even trying to grab the puck. It's probably why the umpire said we're switching out the ball.
Yeah.
Because the umpire probably freaking knew it's his first base hit.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Doesn't make any sense.
Going around the horn in Major League Baseball. Next segment, we'll probably dig into a little more on the local front, but let's visit the junior circuit. Dan, Jamie, the Mariners, they are white hot. It didn't look that way at the All-Star break, obviously, but this team is now 14-3 in its past 17, and over the weekend, courtesy of a sweep over Houston, pulled to just 1/2 game behind those Astros for the second AL wildcard spot. Julio Rodriguez, too, this was on Saturday. He set a new MLB record with his 17th hit in the past 4 contests. So I guess the GM there, Justin Hollander, kind of made the right decision to basically stand pat at the deadline.
They're hot. I mean, that's what can happen, too. Sometimes you stand pat and you go with the one that brought you, and guys click, and it just takes 4 months to have that happen. Jamie, you've been on teams like that where they show faith in you, and you say, okay, well, this is the guys that we have here. Let's go get them. Sometimes that happens. I have not done a deep dive on my Seattle Mariners, but I would imagine the pitching has been a big part of that. I would have to imagine. Now, 17 hits in a 4-game span, that's going to help, too, or whatever it was. But your pitching, if it comes together, all of a sudden you start to win. And if you pitch, you win.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, it's a team that's getting hot at the right time, and that's exactly what you want. You got the pitching to back it up. You got some pop in your lineup. It's a good situation right now for the Mariners.
What would you have done as a teammate of Pete Alonso? I'm just curious. What would you have said to him?
I would have just said, what the hell are you thinking?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
You think guys would have jumped on him a little bit?
Yeah, I would say, first of all, why are you throwing the ball up in the stands? Like, so many times, like, people aren't even looking. People aren't paying attention sometimes. You throw the ball up in the stands, you hit somebody in the side of the face, side of the head. Like, I know that Pete Alonso thinks, oh, the whole world wants this baseball, but not everybody's always paying attention in that moment. I can tell you this from, we used to skate around and warm up, and you would flip the puck into the crowd.
Sure.
For people, and you think, oh, I'm being that one heck of a person here, oh, they want a puck, a warm-up puck. Then I remember hitting somebody, like, not in the face or in the head, but in the chest, but it wasn't like they just weren't paying attention.
Right.
And we automatically assume that, everybody's eyeballs are on the game right now. What if they're buying a beer, getting a hot dog, little Johnny's crying, they've made a mess, they spilled their nacho cheese, whatever it is, they're not paying attention. Now, Pete Alonso's throwing a ball up into the crowd.
I'm saying, though, how much trouble do you think he gets from his teammates? A lot?
He should get quite a bit, yeah.
I kind of think he would, too. Like, what are you thinking, man? Now, it may be good-natured because it's your teammate, but he's going to hear it. No doubt
absolutely.
about it. He's going to hear about it.
100%. I think that for the next while, every time there's a rookie in the lineup,
exactly,
I'd have him up. I'd have on the board.
Pete.
Hey, Pete, this guy's first game.
Right. 100%. Just to give him, hey, Pete, Joey's up.
Yeah.
Might get a hit. Give him the ball if he gets a base hit.
Now he's like, the part I didn't like is he's like, he goes the other way, like all of a sudden he's the victim, right? He's like, well, I throw up, and then now I'll just roll every ball to the dugout. Oh, yeah. Poor Pete. Poor guy.
I wonder how many times, though, when you think about it, your first major league hit, how many times he's been involved with that because...
First baseman?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably quite a bit.
I don't know.
I'm actually probably more the second baseman.
Yeah, your second baseman, your shortstop. Yes.
Yeah.
And the ball comes back in, and there's time. People are calling time.
He's still, Dan, I mean,
I'm not making excuses.
I'm reaching right now, okay? He made a bonehead
I totally agree. It was stupid.
Really stupid.
Okay, let's move on.
All right, we're going to move on to more MLB news and notes. Coming up next, I want to talk about Paul DeJong a little bit as well. Struggled up in the Great White North. We're going to talk about that next here on 101 ESPN.
Stop! Your car's value's at an all-time high, and hundreds of companies want to pay you less so they can make more. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. That's sellmycarstl.com.
Rom to wrap it up for start number 1. Good afternoon. I'm Bradford Bruntz with your Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. It is a 6:05 p.m. first pitch tonight in Pittsburgh as the Cardinals will send the left-hander Drew Rom to the mound for his Major League debut. Most recently, Rom logged 6 innings in all for the Memphis Redbirds. He fanned 18 over 11 frames. Tonight, he will match up with the Buccos, and the Cardinals, for their part, will send an order that is top-lined by Tommy Edman, Tyler O'Neill, Paul Goldschmidt, and Nolan Arenado. Elsewhere around the division, it's a very, very quiet evening. The Chicago Cubs in action at about 5:45. They will take on the Detroit Tigers. The Sports Center update was driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at Londoff.com and LondoffAutoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. The time is 4:32 p.m. Your time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. All right, over the weekend, something happened to an old friend of ours, and it was Paul DeJong. The Blue Jays designated Paul DeJong for assignment just 18 days after acquiring him from the Cardinals. Now, DeJong, in fairness to the Blue Jays, DeJong struggled big time up there, posting a slash line of .068, .068, .068. His OPS of minus 62. Yeah, so things not great for Paul DeJong. Danny, what the heck do you think went wrong up there?
Well, it's a microcosm of what went wrong here, too. I mean, it's just that was a very, very small.
But it never went this bad.
Sample size. Well, he had stretches like this.
Yeah, you're right.
It just got exposed because he was in limited time until Bichette came back. I don't know, man. It's kind of a mystery of Alan Craig, too. What happened to Alan Craig when he fell off as quickly as he did? I think the thing I'd be interested in is if he even wants to continue to play baseball. I mean, he's a smart guy. He's made really good money. And if the last 3 years have just beat him up to the point of like, you know what, I'm emotionally spent, I'm beat up. Now, if somebody offers him a minor league deal to try to make a club, I'm sure he'll probably accept it. But I don't know if there's a team out there that will. I mean, I'm assuming that there'll be some teams that give him a flyer to come in, go into spring training, try to recapture something that he's had. But this is a long stretch of baseball where he just has not been able to put it together. I feel for him. He's a good guy. He's a good player. Defensively, fine. Never took his issues at the plate to the field. I give him credit for that. But for whatever reason, man, it fell off, and it fell off in a hurry.
He's a guy that, leading up to this point, I thought for sure he's going to get a deal somewhere because his season was good enough here in St. Louis. He still showed that he's got good pop.
He's hit 115 home runs, I think, in his career.
Yeah.
He's a young man.
And he also good defensively, like you said.
Yep.
So this is the worst case scenario for Paul DeJong.
Or maybe it could be the best. Just cut bait, regroup, be done with it by the time that, you know what, just get away from it. Step away this year, be done with it, regroup, have a good offseason, and see if there's a team or two that wants to take a chance on you, which could happen, you know, or he may be kind of guy. I mean, he's unique. He's a unique, very smart, cerebral guy.
Yeah.
That maybe he says, you know, I've had enough and I'm looking for something else next stage of my life, which very well could happen. Wouldn't surprise me.
Guys, collectively, are we a little surprised that Toronto actually hasn't made more waves in the AL East this year? I think back to the opening series of the season. I think about coming into Busch Stadium, and the Blue Jays were really categorized, I think, as one of those potential breakthrough teams. You've got a perennial MVP, candidate in Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Every year they add Chapman. You think in year 2, maybe he can sustain the production after an uber hot start, but not everything has come together. And it's a brutal division, mind you. I understand that. But this year it has been Baltimore, all told, to actually make that jump in the division rather than the team that was earmarked for as much, it seemed, in Toronto.
Yeah, I think a lot of there's pitching issues up in Toronto as well. And, they're suffering from some of the same things that the Cardinals have gone through.
I mean, they're 13 games above 500, though.
Yeah, and they're only half a game out of the wild card right now. So are they underperforming? Yes, they're underperforming. Do they still have a chance to, get in the playoffs and do some damage? Yeah, but I still, to me, their pitching is just not big.
It's not where it needs to be. No. And as Bradford mentioned, you got Baltimore. Baltimore 77-47.
That's incredible.
And they have the number one farm system in the game, and they have the number one prospect in the game in Jackson Holiday. Things are going to get pretty good for them for a while. Should be. It'll be interesting for me to see what they do to try to lock up and which guys they do lock up to stay in Baltimore.
Do they take the Braves approach?
I think that's, I think that's how you'd have to do it, because they're already talking about rehabbing Camden Yards to try to maximize every single dollar that they can to stay competitive.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're in a division with the Yankees, Toronto's going to spend some money.
Red
Boston,
Sox.
Tampa Bay's got a great business model that works.
Yeah.
It's a tough division, man. Tough. But I do agree with that idea. If you're going to lock up guys, you better lock them up and know that they're going to be, you got to be really secure. If you're going to lock up that many players like the Atlanta Braves have, to say
you better be sure.
Man, oh man, because if you miss on two of them, three of them.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
A lot of money.
A lot of years.
That's Paul DeYoung contract times 3. That's $75 to $100 million deal, right? Over 6 to 7 years. And then all of a sudden you're stuck. You better be right with the kind of guys that you invest in. And I'm sure they will be on some of these guys, but I don't think they're going to keep all of them. They can't. They can't afford it.
Yeah.
Boy, you're right about the hurlers, though. 2 words, Alek Manoah. Yikes.
I know, that poor guy, man. I don't even know what happened there. Pitchers get into these situations. We've seen great pitchers before, not necessarily get the yips. We've seen that, but he's still a young guy, though. He's still got a lot of ability. He's still got a lot of time left to kind of figure things out, but that's a weird story.
It's so hard to watch that. Steve Blass is the guy that I think it was in 72 or 73. He was with the Pirates. He was really good, and he got the yips. And it was just like... you turn away from your television watching it. Ankiel, when he got him.
Ank is the one locally here that people remember.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's the one that comes to mind. There are guys, I'm not going to say who it was, but there was a guy that we had here in St. Louis, a position player that had it. And it was hard to watch. And I knew he had it. I didn't talk about it on the air. Tough to watch.
Yeah.
And Ribs, you being a pro athlete, mentally the game is, even when you're right, if you feel physically, mentally right, the game is so hard.
Uh-huh.
And then you add in that and the mental anguish that you go through. This particular individual couldn't sleep because he couldn't throw the ball. And when he did, it looked a little odd, but you wouldn't know unless you knew what was going on. The casual fan did not know. It's hard to watch, and that he's just battling every single day just to throw a baseball, something he's done with ease and regularity since he's been a kid. That's hard to watch, man. What kind of, do they have yips in hockey? Is there anything that has an equivalent?
For a goalie, probably.
Yeah.
Goalie starts getting beat to a certain area,
that's what I was
whether
thinking.
it's 5-hole or high glove, and then you're in his head stop, and then the goalie can't, it seems like every time he's turning around, team's scoring in that spot. So for players, the game of hockey has so many moving parts that it's tough to kind of isolate it. That's why I think the goaltender position might be the only one where you kind of have something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even the game is so fast that it's hard. It'd be so hard to pick up. You would just say that's a weak spot in his game.
Yeah, or he made a mistake, or he had something's going on in that particular play, or there are certain tendencies that you pick up from a guy, like if he's having trouble turning one way or the other, or whatever. But it's too hard to define it as like a yip.
And then the team can say, well, it's a physical issue. He's having trouble moving laterally, whatever.
Yeah. He lost an edge.
Exactly. Happened a lot. He's losing his edge on the left side a lot.
Trainer's gotten fired.
Guys, another American League East stalwart that has to have a hard time just coming to terms with what's going on right now. The Yankees, the Bronx Bombers are no more. They dropped their 8th straight yesterday afternoon.
Oof.
You know, Giancarlo Stanton looks downright old. Carlos Rodon right now, you've received, 3 or 4 starts out of him. I believe he's slated to return to the rotation tomorrow, but he's been ineffective to this point. The list really goes on and on. Rate the skipper there, Aaron Boone, his chances of survival. Is it a given?
Well, I don't know. So here's where I get a
Gotta
little...
have a better finish, I would think.
Yeah, and Aaron Boone has been, I think he's leading the league in being kicked out of the game, too.
Yeah.
Like, he's got 4 or 5 ejections, I think. That just screams to me that,
desperation.
He's lost it a little bit. And not just he's losing. No, he's lost his grip on what's going on with the team and things like that. So I think if there's a hot seat at all, Aaron Boone is on the hot seat for sure.
Yeah, I would say he's on the hot seat. You'll have guys that pop up before this season is over that'll be on the hot seat. It's tough to justify 8 straight losses. And in the American League East, let me look it up. They're in last place. They're 17 out. They're 6 behind Boston. That's another problem that you have. You can't lose to Boston or finish behind them. And you have no end in sight right now with what's going on there. So, yeah, he'd be a candidate, one of those guys that you'd look at and say, maybe we need a fresh start. If they're not going to do anything with Brian Cashman, and by all counts, ownership is not going to do that, then you do look at the manager at times, and he's had a long leash. And so, and expectations are so high. So high in New York. Every year you're supposed to be in the playoffs, at minimum in the playoffs, if not the World Series. Every year, because they spend a ton of money.
Yesterday afternoon, the native son, Max Scherzer, didn't exactly offer a tour de force performance, but he did move up to number 11 all-time on the career strikeouts list. Mixed results so far in Texas by way of New York, of course, this season, gentlemen. But if the playoffs were to start right now and you are at the helm of this Texas team, you are Bruce Bochy, do you not almost feel a little more comfortable giving the ball to Jordan Montgomery? No.
Give me Max Scherzer with the game on the line, season on the line. He'd be 65 years old, and I'd ask him to take the ball.
I mean, this is why you got him, too.
Exactly.
This is why you pay him. I mean, look, it's nothing against Monty. I think Monty's a good pitcher and whatnot, but when the Texas Rangers are creeping into the playoffs or once they get in there, the ball has to go to Max.
Oh, he's your game 1 starter. He's, like you said, that's why you got him. It does make me think, man, that's one that got away here in St. Louis. And hindsight 2020.
Don't go poking the bear here, my goodness.
Look at the war for Max Scherzer in Washington. It's incredible. Still may be the tops on their team franchise history. I mean, that was money well spent. I get it. $250 or whatever it was is a lot for a pitcher, and you blow out a shoulder and it's over. I get it. But man, oh man, was he good. And still is good. He's why you got him. He's a stud.
That was the equivalent of a clickbait tease. I understand. We're moving on. We're moving back to the Central Division in the National League. So Cincinnati has promoted yet another top prospect, the infielder Novelty Marte, even as a modest slump is continuing there in the Queen City. Were these Reds, come August and September, always destined to stumble given just how many of the phenoms are in that lineup?
Didn't have the pitching.
Yeah, the pitching. And with the youth, you also get inconsistency.
Yeah.
And so now, it's fun to watch them.
Hey, to your question, though, about would you take the model of locking guys up, like you were saying with the Atlanta Braves?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a couple of those guys I'd try right now and lock them up. By all accounts, Cincinnati's not going to go on the free agency market and spend a lot of money.
No.
So take your homegrown guys and say, this may be the way that we have to win. And we're going to take a flyer. We're going to take a chance on some that might be on the cusp of whether or not we feel comfortable doing it. Other guys were comfortable doing it, like the Cruz kid. I mean, fine. Give him the money.
That guy's pretty good.
He's pretty good. And believe in him. But that may be the model for those kind of teams to win. Or you just do the Tampa Bay model and ride them out until they hit free agency and then say, see you later.
Which might happen.
You might be able to do that, too.
Happen.
Yeah.
All right, that was your MLB news and notes. Coming up next, we're going to get into some NFL football.
My favorite.
Yeah, baby. NFL news and notes coming up next here on 101 ESPN.
Running a small business takes grit and determination and a communications provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. Fast, reliable communication solutions that keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet, just $49.99 a month when bundled with Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device. And get a free mobile line for a year. Visit spectrum.com/go faster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
Jamie Rivers back with you here, joined by my good buddy Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. Stewie, buying a home can be complicated. It can be fun. It can be all the above. But buying a home from a family member is a different animal sometimes.
You know what, Jamie? It's actually an easier way to go. Now, we had a customer that came in and wanted to buy a house for $200,000 from their family. The house was worth $300,000. They only had 5% to put down. Now, if you put down 5%, you end up paying this nasty thing called PMI. The rate could be worse. It's a whole mess. What she did, or we do for her, is we created a purchase contract for $300,000. The family gave her a gift of equity of the $100,000. So she's borrowing a lower percentage of the value of the property. She didn't have to put any money down, no PMI, got the better rate, and with the bagel loan, there was no closing costs at all. So if you're buying it from your family, there's a way to structure it where you don't have to put any money into the transaction and still get the best deal.
That's great information. And Stewie's always got fantastic information and ideas. And certainly if you're refinancing your home, or if you've got debt consolidation, or if you're purchasing a home, Stewie's got to be your first call. And the way to do that is give him a call at 314-324-4440. Again, that number's 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the bagel loan. Stewie, thanks a lot, man.
Have a good one, guy.
NMLS number 226715.
What summer really feels like.
My back is literally sticking to the couch.
Turn the heat down on summer with Air Alliance Team. The savings are hot right now, and with 24/7 emergency service, you're sure to be comfortable all year. Online at airallianceteam.com.
That's the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Danny Mack in for Anthony Stalter. Our guy Bradford Burns in for Andrew Marsh. It's time for NFL news and notes.
Some news and notes from around the gridiron, gentlemen. So first and foremost, Aaron Rodgers hasn't played in the preseason since 2018. What a huge shocker, right?
News
well,
and notes.
Well,
news
and
yeah.
News and notes.
I got it. Okay.
Tidbits and assorted, yes, anecdotes like that.
Like
Rodgers is going to be back in the fray against the Giants in the team's preseason finale. More to the point, however, as we get closer and closer to the regular season, the ceiling for Aaron Rodgers and the Jets after a rocky 2022, is he still capable of being an upper echelon quarterback in the National Football League?
Aaron Rodgers?
I just want to go back. This is news and notes.
Bradford, I don't know if you're aware. You said something different.
I did not enunciate well enough, admittedly.
I thought we were going to.
Which is rare for me.
Quite honestly, I thought we were going to talk about Brett Favre, the way you let in with that.
That was awesome. It's all good, though.
All right, Aaron Rodgers. Yes, of course, he still has the ability to be a quarterback that makes a difference in this league. I mean,
you watching Hard Knocks, by the way?
Not yet. I haven't had a chance to catch up.
He becomes likable, in my opinion.
I know. I've heard this.
I think he's likable, man. I think
like
he'd look
that.
as a.
I want him to be unlikable.
Hey, is I? That's still.
I know.
As I watch this thing, I'm sitting there going, you know what? If that was my teammate, I kind of like him. You know what? He's making a point. Like one of the things that he's doing, he makes a point, like at lunch or dinner or whatever, to sit with a new teammate every time, just to get to know him. I like that.
Yeah.
And they got him mic'd up, behind the scenes. Now, he's savvy. Don't get me wrong.
I'm wondering how much of this
savvy.
is like
You've been around it forever.
Hollywood
I have too.
for
Oh,
him.
He's savvy. And so he's putting on a show. But I still think he comes off as a likable guy.
All right.
I said to Anthony, I said he's gonna have a huge year before any of this stuff. Get him out of Green Bay, new scenery, get him a fresh start. Look at news and notes, and things are gonna be great.
Read up.
Yeah.
Look, he's MVP. 2 seasons ago? So I know he's getting older, and sometimes
back to back too.
Sometimes things drop off. But I think that they've put a pretty good team around him here in New York. And I personally don't feel like the Jets are going to do the amazing things that a lot of the people are expecting out of them. But I do think Aaron Rodgers is going to have a pretty good year.
Would you like him as your teammate?
To be determined.
So what would annoy you as a teammate, as a guy that is the face of the franchise?
Yeah.
Which he is now. I mean, it's happened overnight. You don't make that deal without him becoming the face of your franchise. As a pro athlete, what would bother you, or what would you want out of him?
Well, one, I just want him to perform. Like he's
period.
Just go out there and do your job, first of all. And as far as all the other stuff's concerned, he's gotten a little weird for me over the last, 3 to 4 years with all the stuff that's gone on.
Was it the isolation chamber or something?
Darkness, which wasn't really darkness. It was like a hotel room that was located like underground, but he had the lights on. He had periods of darkness.
Okay.
So just all
don't
that.
Don't care. Just put up numbers, baby.
I don't really care. To be a good teammate, just go out there and do your job and don't piss me off.
Do you get annoyed, though, with guys that were always looking for the cameras?
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you one of those guys?
No.
Rivs?
I wasn't looking for the cameras.
You sure?
He's positive, trust me.
Okay. Were they looking for you?
Well, that's probably happening.
Okay. No. What happened on this play? Or
No, they weren't looking for me. Do you see remember the names that were in the lineup? They weren't looking for me.
I was trying to think. The 96 team was, let's see, Hull, Fuhr, Glenn Anderson, Pronger, McInnes. Those are just a few off the top of my head. And I was going to get to that guy. 99 was there.
Yeah. Steve Duchesne.
Good player.
Pretty good player. God,
when did Terge get here?
97,
98?
Yeah, Terge came in 97, I believe. We had a lot of guys that, quite honestly, the camera would rather find than Jamie Rivers. Yeah.
You were just taking it all in?
Just fine in the background. I'm good over here, guys.
I was thinking about this the other day. I was watching Hard Knocks. They need to do this with baseball, although they won't. I bet the Players Association would put the kibosh on it, but they need to do something like this in spring training and follow a team. They do it in hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, hockey does a great job with it.
A lot of teams do their own independent stuff now, too. They bring you behind the scenes. Hockey's done a much better job of getting their product out there.
I think it's good. I saw the one, I think it was on the Maple Leafs. I've also seen the ones that lead up to the Winter game, the Winter Classic. Yeah. Those are well done.
Yep, they are.
I mean, any kind of access you give a fan.
And they got the Stanley Cup playoffs now where they follow one team through the playoffs and whatnot. So,
anytime you give access to a fan, behind the scenes, something they can't read or see on the internet, it's, or see on their local news, that's what you want.
I agree.
All right.
All right, what else you got?
Scary situation over the weekend in Wisconsin, the old stomping grounds for Aaron Rodgers. Preseason affair between the Patriots and the Packers. The rookie cornerback, Isaiah Bolden, was immobilized, taken off on the stretcher, just released, according to multiple reports from an area hospital yesterday after being struck by a teammate, a collision in the course of that game. Another frightening set of circumstances, guys. And again, we're not that far removed from what we observed, of course, just a few short months ago with Damar Hamlin.
Yeah, I saw the play happen, and then he was laying there, and you just never like to see that. Like, when the players on the field know when something's wrong, and then when you're watching them kind of, motion for the doctors or the trainers and, standing there, it's a tough thing to look at, knowing that these guys, like, there's an athlete that's struggling at that point.
Were you there when Prongs went down in Detroit?
Oh, yeah.
I was too. And he was purple. That was scary.
I was there, oddly enough, both times in Joe Louis. I was there for Prongs, and I was there when Yuri Fisher dropped on the bench. So, it's scary, and that's why I'm saying, like, players know right away. When somebody doesn't look right, you know. And so, scary moment last night. Apparently, he's out of the hospital today. Did we find out what happened? Was it a concussion? Was it something far greater?
He temporarily lost all sensation. I think further investigation is still underway as far as underlying causes or reasons there. But, just alarming.
What was it like as a player, though? I mean, you didn't want to continue to play, did you?
So with the Yuri Fisher situation, we didn't continue play.
I'm saying with Prongs, though.
Yeah.
Prongs, they put him on the stretcher. I was right there when they brought him out, and they continued to play. And I'm like, man, oh, man.
It's playoffs,
I know.
And at the time, Prongs was at least coherent.
I think he gave the thumbs up.
Yeah, I don't remember if he gave the thumbs up or if he gave like a wave or something, but he was coherent enough to where they were like, oh, okay, like he's out of the woods here now. Now we got to monitor him. I mean, he played the next game.
Right.
So obviously things, it was one of those moments, the 1 in a billion chance that it hit him in the chest area at the same time as his heart was beating, and then therefore, all that stuff. I'm not smart enough to totally describe it, but that's essentially what happened. But with Yuri Fisher, when all that happened, they had to bring, the ambulance out onto the ice, and they cut his shirt open. It was crazy. And Steve Yzerman came in. I remember Bill Daly was at the game, and Steve Yzerman came in and said, "Bill, we're not playing this game." He's like, "Why?" And he says, "Bill, we're not playing this game. Figure it out."
And that was it.
Yeah, that was it.
Yep.
Steve Yzerman had spoken.
And that was it.
That was it.
Stevie Y does it. That's enough.
All right, that was your NFL news and notes. We're going to get into what's trending next here in the Fast Lane. Fellas, listen up. Are you paying too much for your ED meds? Yep, you probably are. You probably are. Stop doing that. Head over to the medicine shop in St. Charles, your destination for cheap ED meds. They've got a generic called Sildenafil for less than $2 a pill. I've seen this advertised multiple different locations. Nobody has it for less than $2 a pill. That's the medicine shop in St. Charles, taking great care of you. Also, any other medicines that you require on a regular basis, I've talked about this before, but the free discreet shipping and delivery to your home or your workplace is fantastic. You have a busy schedule, you work late, kids have sports, school's starting up, maybe there's after-school athletics or anything that's going on, and maybe you just don't have a chance to get to the pharmacy. Don't worry about it. The medicine shop in St. Charles comes to you. Also, if you do need to get into the pharmacy, they're awesome. I call them my pharmacy family over there. They have a great facility. Any questions you have, they're going to answer them for you. They've got great suggestions. They're going to take fantastic care of you. The customer service is sensational. So please get over there and visit them in person. Tell them Jamie Rivers sent you. If you can't get there in person, get there online. Visit stcharles.pharmacy. That's stcharles.pharmacy.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Right now at Wendy's, when you buy either a Dave's Single, Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Medium Frosty, or 10-piece nuggets, you can get another for just $1. Your dollar never tasted so good. So it's obvious what everyone will get, right?
Definitely nugs
Spicy
and
chicken
a Frosty.
sandwich,
Dave's Single and a Frosty for me.
and a Frosty. Okay, who said Frosty and a Frosty? Pick your obvious choice. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's, buy one, get one for $1.
Limited time only. Price of participation may vary. U.S. Wendy's, valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined in a combo or any other offer.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the... What's trending in the world of sports? The Fast Lane has you covered. What's trending now?
Brought to you by Goodwill. Donate to Goodwill and get a half-price Cardinals ticket voucher.
It's a Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. It's time for What's Trending with our guy, Bradford.
Jamie, we are T-minus 60 minutes from the Major League debut of Drew Rahm. He is set to take the hill this evening in Pittsburgh for the opener of a three-game set against the Pirates. Drew Rahm in the mix from the left side, making his MLB debut. Realistic expectations for Rahm tonight. He starred at the AAA level. What do you anticipate seeing from him in the bigs?
Well, my expectations are 7 scoreless innings, about 7 or 8 strikeouts.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not setting the bar too high. I mean,
no, not at all.
Being realistic.
That's realistic. Matter of fact, a little low.
Do I hear complete game?
You want a CG in the Major League debut with a guy that's throwing 90 with an ERA of 5 in a year of AAA baseball. I am with you, though. Why not do it?
6 innings is a new complete game, Danny.
It is pretty much. Get through 6, 5, and fly. You're my guy. That's $25 million. Let's see. What do you think is realistic?
Oh, man. I don't know. I'm so intrigued and perplexed about this pitcher just based on the fact that his velocity hovers around 90 for his fastball, and he's a swing and miss pitcher. I don't know. I'm anxious to watch him pitch. I'm excited to see it. Realistically, I'd like him to get through 4 innings.
Okay,
4
I'm going to go
innings,
5.
2 earned runs.
Okay, I'm going to go 5 with 3 earned.
Okay.
Both of us are saying he ain't going very deep in the game.
Yeah. Well said.
Yeah. So I'm going 5 3 earned, you're going 4 and 2 earned. Okay.
So if you get anything remotely resembling Dakota Hudson's turn from yesterday, you take it and run with it because that's very comparable.
What did he do
Numbers-wise,
yesterday?
5 plus, 2 runs.
2, okay.
And, a number of hitters, but was able to weave in and out of trouble.
Yeah.
So maybe a little too lofty there, but you take anything in the ballpark.
I'll take some.
Yeah.
Listen, if you approached the starts with Zach Thompson with a certain pitch number in mind, I think you kind of have to do that with some of these young guys coming up. I don't necessarily think you just hang him out there to dry. Let him go 4 innings. If he's still pumping out pretty good and the pitch count isn't too high at that point, his stuff's still playing, give him the 5th inning. And kind of, if I'm Ollie Marmol, I'm just starting to see, I'm going to monitor when the wheels start to fall off a little bit here. And I'd like to get ahead of that just so that if he is pitching pretty well, I don't want it to end up being something of a disaster just because I left him in there too long.
They won't let him get to that point. No way. I think, though, if he gets through 5 and then any sign of trouble, he gone.
Yeah.
That's the way I would look at it because they're going to make sure it's an experience as much as they can do it. Make it an experience that is a positive note. Now, that could be 3 innings and go. Could be 5 and go, but any sign of like getting battered around there ain't going to happen. I just don't, they would not do that in his major league debut. So I don't know. I mean, expectations at this point, I don't think anybody really knows.
Yeah.
Bring him up, see what you got. He's pitched well in the last couple of starts in the minors and let it rip.
One of the chief individuals tasked with backing up Rahm this evening, Mason Winn, once again playing shortstop, hitting 9th in the order. And before Saturday's contest against the Mets, the Cards hitting coach Turner Ward was consulted about how it is to have to acclimate to the big leagues. This is a topic that we explored quite a bit earlier in the program, and this is what Ward had to say to Bally Sports Midwest.
Work with what he's doing, how he's preparing first. The pitcher's going to tell him what he needs to work on. I mean, the league is going to expose things, and sometimes you don't know that until you know. So it's all about making the adjustments up here, how they're going to pitch him, where some of the holes are that they're trying to expose, and then trying to work on those things.
Dan, Jamie, the operative word here, we used it earlier in the proceedings, excitement. And if nothing else, in all likelihood, whether it's this series versus Pittsburgh, whether it's down the line elsewhere in the road trip, whether you're talking about beating out an infield hit, making one of those plays deep in the hole, firing off that cannon, Mason Winn, enthusiasm, leaps and bounds right now, and that's what I think a lot of people around this region, to which they're looking forward.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, we've read about this guy. We've watched him. We've watched him play this weekend. There's a lot of things to be excited about.
Well, I think if you're watching the game, you stop at certain guys that come up. You know, if you're just kind of passing through and the game is on, you go, ooh, I'm going to watch that. I'd watch that. I'd watch his at-bats. I'd watch this young kid throwing tonight just to see something different in what has been a brutal season. Just something different. And you've heard so much about him. You've heard so much about Walker. Prior to that, it was, Nolan Gorman, these guys. Anytime a guy that you have fanfare around and they finally get the call up, you stop and watch. And then at some point, you're going to be like, yeah, he's part of the everyday team, and I'm not watching. Or if they're playing well, I'm watching.
Yeah.
But right now, he makes you stop and watch. And that's a good thing.
That's a great thing.
Yeah.
And I'm listen, and Turner Ward's 100% right. The league will tell you what his flaws are because the other teams will start to expose that. And then it's up to your own staff, too, to start monitoring. And I know they are, just, what is giving him trouble while he's at the plate, what pitches he's struggling to recognize, what he should be laying off of, what he isn't laying off of. All of this stuff. Look, he's going to be building up his portfolio, so to say, his scouting report over the next, month or so, month and a half. But yeah, I mean, the league will humble you, and then it's up to you to make your adjustments.
And if you don't adjust, you won't be here.
That's right.
It's that simple.
Mm-hmm.
Take it to the pitch, specifically City Park, where SC has developed quite the home field advantage of late. Last night, a 6-3 triumph over Austin. Guys, this team now 9-3-1 in home matches, a 7-point lead in the Western Conference. And although the MLS regular season just resumed following Leagues Cup action, we talked a little bit about Messi and company, Inter Miami, earlier in the show. The excitement level there for what is to come in the next couple couple of months. This team has not faded despite that slate of injuries a month or so ago. Team is once again looking strong. The offensive firepower has long been there throughout the course of this season. But right now, the resilience, when a lot of the pundits and the prognosticators maybe expected the team to start to fall back to the pack, fall back a little bit. SC continuing to defy some expectations.
Yeah, they are. The whole season has been a success in a big way, but the home field advantage is real. You know, Taylor Twellman comes on here with the balloon party with Tim McKernan, and he literally described that going into the playoffs, if City SC can maintain their number one spot and maintain that home field advantage come playoff time, it's a massive thing here. The fans of City SC here in St. Louis are phenomenal, but they have created
the home field advantage.
Big time.
Yeah. Home pitch
The home
advantage.
pitch. Oh, pitch,
Have you been to a game yet?
No, I haven't. And so I got offered a chance to go to a game the other night by a friend of mine, Danny, who's a retired military guy. He's just a phenomenal dude. He plays hockey for the St. Louis Warriors team. And got to meet those guys, play with them on their team when we're doing the alumni fantasy camp. And can't say enough about all of these guys. He threw out the invite to me, but I had another commitment that night. So I made him promise me that the next time he had some tickets to let me know, because I'm dying to go, man.
Yeah.
I went to a soccer game in Moscow, Russia. That was an experience, I'll tell you that much. But I'm wanting to go back again here in St. Louis because the energy, and what I'm told, is just fantastic.
Oh, it's incredible. My kid went to the game last night, and it was a school night. Still let him go. That's the kind of dad I am. Let him go.
How old is he?
Oh, he's 14. So he could handle it.
Not all heroes wear capes, Dad.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, they're still consulting the syllabi this early, right?
Such a good guy.
You're such a great guy.
Such a great dad. Well, how old is he? 14? Yeah, he would have been
He's 23.
32, living in our basement. But I let him go to the soccer game.
He asked for permission to go to the game. I gave him $5.
How old is he? 22? No problem.
I gave tickets to him.
I'll let you do it this one time. So he went, and he's gone to so many games, man. He comes home, he just loves it. Now he plays soccer, he plays at a high level, he loves it, and but he comes back, he's like, Dad, it is so loud down there. It is just, he goes, it was really hot, but it was so loud.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Is that's one of the things that plays into this. Is I think a lot of people who are watching City SC, throughout the beginning of the season said, man, it's going to get really hot.
Yeah.
And the way you guys play, the pace of play and all that, maybe this is going to affect this team. So far, it hasn't.
I'm just shocked that they're this good.
So
this early. I didn't, I'm not
quite honestly.
I'm not a soccer expert, but I do know expansion teams usually aren't very good.
No, there's only one team I think that's had
lumps.
success. It was Atlanta FC.
Yeah.
Had success to where they had a really good year their inaugural season.
Right. It's great. It's great for the town.
It's great. All right, that was What's Trending with our guy Bradford. Coming up next here in the Fast Lane, we're going to talk a little bit about Ryan Helsley and the Cardinals bullpen and just all things Cardinals, quite honestly. That's next here on 101 ESPN. Are you thinking about a remodel for your kitchen or your bathroom? Maybe just an upgrade, whatever it is. Do you have a vision for that? If you don't, like me, I didn't, head down to E&B Granite. They have proudly provided the St. Louis area with exceptional customer service for over 20 years now. And I can tell you this, they are fantastic at installing the countertops. They've got great countertop selection. When you walk into their showroom down at 6135 Manchester Avenue, first of all, tell them Jamie Rivers sent you in. They're going to ask you what your vision is. If you don't have one, they've got you covered. They're going to show you all the different options that you have available. And the best part is that in the warehouse in back, they have all of the slabs. So whether it's granite, quartz, marble, or even soapstone, they've got you covered. And then you get to see the entire countertop of what it might look like, not just some little sample size of it. And then from there, the process is fantastic. They get into your home, they measure, they rip out all the old stuff, install the new stuff. Usually follow up that day or even another day with a phone call, making sure you know how to maintain the countertops and take care of everything, because customer service is their number one focus. So please give them a call at 314-645-9300. That's 314-645-9300, or visit them at enbgranite.com. It's the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Danny Mack, Bradford Bruns on the dials for us today. All right, so Ryan Helsley. This has been an interesting season for Ryan Helsley. He has, let's see here, He's been on the IL for most of the season, and recently he's been sent down to get some rehab games in his stint, and it hasn't gone well for him. I'm not talking about his results, because the results when you go down for a rehab stint, it is what it is. You're trying to get the guy back to normal so he can take the ball to major league level. Problem is that his forearm is flared up again. And it seems like there's been a couple of different weeks in a row now to where the forearm kind of flares up and then it goes away and everything's fine. Then it flares up again and then everything's fine. What do we make of this situation with Ryan Helsley? How much of a difference maker is he for the Cardinals if he's healthy? And how much of an impact does this have on your bullpen right now, not having a guy like Ryan Helsley?
I think it's even further if he's healthy. It's when he wants to pitch. I mean, even when he's been healthy, he doesn't take the ball.
Yeah.
He's back-to-back days are always in question. 3 out of 4, you're not going to get him. 2 out of 3, maybe. And, you want to have a stable guy in the back end that you say, I can go to him and game is over, and I can count on him just about every night. Now, there's certain times when relievers, they're off limits. Like, I can't go to that guy again. We've just used him too much, and it's in his best interest and ours, looking down the road, not to use him tonight or tomorrow. So give him a couple of days. But, his inability to go back-to-back would scare me. In terms of, like, do I want to give him a long-term deal? Do I want to lock him up with multi-year deal? I got to be able to count on a guy that I can give the ball to. And if he don't want the ball because he's trying to be careful with it, I get it. He throws 102 miles an hour. There's not many of those guys out there like that.
Isn't his job to pitch?
Of course it is. So that's the question internally you have to ask yourself, is this the right guy for this role that we're expecting him to pitch in?
So to dive into it a little deeper, they've done some MRIs and some imaging and a bunch of scans, and this was just in the past week, and showed no structural damage. So it lends me to think exactly about what you just mentioned. I'm wondering if when he's going down for these rehab stints, he takes the ball for one day, but then doesn't want to take it for the next day. Just forearms flared up.
Or doesn't feel 100%.
Forearms flared up.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that it's not flared up. Maybe it is, but I don't know how many times I've heard from multiple baseball players, retired players, people in the game of baseball that, you're going to play through some injury. You're going to play through some soreness. There's 162 games for these guys. Now, I understand relievers and pitchers are in 162 games, but nonetheless, you're going to have some bumps, bruises, some strains here and there. At some point, you have to muscle through this a little bit.
Yeah, and at that position where you're asking him to be the closer, there's going to be times where you don't have a lot in the tank. And you're not feeling great, and you need a series win, or you need a game that you have to win, and you've got to take the ball. And I'm not sure that at this point that they feel comfortable with him saying, I'm going to take the ball, when you need me. I mean, there are times over the last couple of years that he just said, I'm not available. Just flat out, I'm not available.
That's just amazing to me, by the way.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine if, I don't know, Scotty Bowman came to me and was like, hey, you're gonna play tonight. Just not feeling quite right.
Yeah, I'm
not available tonight, Scotty.
I think guys in that position are so careful because the money is so big and they don't want to jeopardize injury. I understand that.
I understand that, but it doesn't mean I have to like it.
And I also I agree. And I also think he's unique. I mean, the guy that throws that hard, there's a lot of torque on the shoulder, the elbow, those kind of things. So you're going to have the potential of injury. Everybody's got potential of injury. But from an organizational standpoint, you have to say, I have to rely on somebody in the back end of my games. Bullpens, generally speaking, are the hardest to figure out year to year. Guy has a good year in 22. He's bad in 23. Bad in 23, comes back and is very good in 24. But you do want to have a couple of constants that you can rely on. And I'm not so sure that he would be one that at this point you'd say, if he's healthy, I can count on him. But can I count on him is to the amount of time that I want him to pitch. And I'm not sure they can say that right now.
And to a larger point across Major League Baseball, Dan, I think so many different organizations are really encountering the exact same problem. You have, with maybe the exception of, say, a Baltimore this year, somebody like a Felix Bautista who has really come on, taken the reins and grabbed hold of that role. Right now, a lot of different clubs have to mix and match, or by choice have proceeded to mix and match at the back end of games. But for the Cardinals, what makes this situation different, and everybody wants to be tantalized yet by what we saw just 13 months ago. Ryan Helsley was in the All-Star game in Los Angeles, firing 103 miles per hour. But when you look at next year's roster construction, right here on August the 21st, I understand, we spend so much time thinking about the different permutations in the rotation. Who's going to be filling out the starting five? How many guys are you going to go out and get in free agency. Well, the same abundance of questions relate to the bullpen, if not more so. Have, right now locked in, okay, you have Giovanni Gallegos. You think that he's going to be receiving a lot of high leverage situations. But speaking of workload, look at what has happened to him in the second half of the season. The question marks abound, and they don't relate solely to Ryan Helsley, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, there's lots of question marks. When you have 25 blown saves as an organization, that's not a positive thing. But I will say this. For me, it circles back to the fact that your rotation hasn't been able to provide some of the innings that are needed. And your bullpen has been taxed. When you start the season as bad as you do with your rotation, you've got guys going 2 innings, 1 inning, 3 innings, and you're already into your bullpen. Those guys aren't built for as many innings or as many pitches as that they've had to throw out there.
Yeah, and it seems like more than ever now you're going to your bullpen way more than you used to. Just the way the game is trending to where third time through a lineup, analytics tells you get the starter out. So what's that mean? You're going to your bullpen, you're relying on those guys to have, sometimes multi-inning appearances. That's why you have to have depth in your minor league system, too, to be able to call some of these guys up. And we talk a lot about, it'd be interesting to look at how many guys they've called up this year just to pitch in their bullpen. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Just to cover the innings because their starters just haven't gone deep. That's just the way it's been.
It's a problem, for sure. So I think the Cardinals in the offseason, John Mozeliak has already talked about needing to acquire 3 starting pitchers. I would even go with 4. And the last guy could be maybe the last swing man, exactly. Yeah. That you can kind of plop here and there, a double header. He gets a start every now and then. But you're going to need somebody who can eat some innings out of the bullpen, or more than one guy that can eat some innings out of the bullpen, if this is the way the game is trending. The 5 and dive, if that's kind of where we're headed, then your bullpen, as crazy as this sounds, they're going to have to be stretched out. Those guys are going to have to be able to pitch multiple innings. And the problem with that is then you hit a patch of games where the pitcher maybe falls off the rails. Now you're going to the bullpen even earlier and more often, and that's how your bullpen just gets burnt out. And I think that's where the Cardinals are at right now.
Yeah, and the other thing with Helsley too, a lot of times they would try to use him in multi-innings, like an inning and a third, if the game was on the line, because knowing that he's not going to take the ball the next day.
Yeah, they eat up all his pitches in one shot.
Yeah, all one fell swoop, and that's how they approached dealing with him. He's a unique talent. He's a very talented guy. Don't get me wrong, but you got to be able to go to those guys at the back end of the pen. 1 or 2 guys should be available and ready to roll that night.
Well, we'll find out how Ryan Helsley continues to do with his rehab stint. Hopefully he gets healthy enough to get back here to the Cardinals before the end of the season. But we've got Beat the Streak coming up next. We have a returner for that. And we also have our biggest question of the day. All that coming up next here on 101 ESPN.
Staples has great prices on everything you need for back to school. Right now, a 24-pack of Crayola crayons and comic books are just 50 cents each, and select notebooks are just 35 cents each. In-store only, offer ends 8/26. Limit 30, school on, save on at Staples.
My guy, Ron, the Wizard of Comfort, is always looking to get you a great deal. Well, what is it this time? Well, let me tell you. It's the Chill and Grill sale. Be a wizard at your next cookout. That's right. Purchase a new HVAC system from Swissair, and this is what you get. You get a $1,200 instant rebate, extended parts and labor warranties, and a Blackstone Pro Series 5 burner, 28-inch propane griddle with range top. Wow. Smell it already. Utility rebates also apply. Federal tax credits and financing available. All you have to do is call Swissair at 636-500-2665. That's 636-500-COOL. Swissair uses only the best systems, by the way, like their brand new energy-efficient Daikin Fit system. The Daikin Fit system offers you peace and quiet inside and out of your home and is compact, and it's not an eyesore. This thing's actually really cool, sleek looking, very European look to it. And all you have to do, again, is call my guy Ron, the Wizard of Comfort, at 636-500-2665, or you can visit them at SwissAirSTL.com.
Stalter back with you for Auto Center's Nissan Herculaneum. They have over 700 new and used vehicles combined in one location. That's right. The St. Louis region's #1 stop for colossal car buying destination. It's Auto Center's Nissan and Used Super Center. Again, 700 vehicles, new and pre-owned, that you can select. You can drive off the lot and feel great about it because they've got financing for everyone. They give you the 30-day return as well. It's a guarantee on new Nissan. They're so confident you're going to love your new car. They're going to give you 30 days to bring it back. No one else does this. The discounts and deals are back. Thousands of dollars in savings on new and used cars, plus no payments for 3 months, new and used, no down payments, new and used, and rates as low as 0% APR. Select models available. Your choice, biggest discounts. It's Auto Center's Nissan Herculaneum. Go visit them. Brand new spot out in Herculaneum. And don't forget, tell them Stalter sent you.
Sponsored by Sonic Small Classic Shakes. $1.99 all day for a limited time only at Sonic.
ESPN Sports Center.
Rom and the Cars set to rev it up in 30 minutes. Good afternoon. This is Bradford Bruns with your Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. At 6:05 tonight in Pittsburgh, Drew Rom will make his Major League debut for the Redbirds, who will have Tommy Edman in the leadoff spot and playing center field. He is followed in the order by Tyler O'Neill. Then it's Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado. Wilson Contreras is your designated hitter, batting fifth, followed by Jordan Walker. Andrew Kisner is catching this evening. Then it's Jose Fermin, as well as the shortstop Mason Winn, who will be partaking in his fourth career Major League Baseball game. The Sports Center update was driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at Londoff.com and LondoffAutoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers here with our guy Danny Mack and Bradford Bruns. It's time for Beat the Streak, and our guy John is back with us today. John has a 6-game streak going. John, how we doing, bud?
I'm wonderful. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good. I mean, I'm not 6 games good, but my gosh, man, keep it going, buddy.
It's just 6.
Just 6 so far. Just so far.
I like that.
Modest.
All right, John. You know the deal. You know the routine. You've been hot at this game here so far. Who's your horse to get a base hit tonight?
I was a little torn today, so I'm just going to play a little strategy. I'm going to go with the away team to guarantee myself 9 innings. And I'm going to go leadoff spot with Tommy Edman.
Tommy Edman.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So John's got Tommy Edman. All right. Danny Mack / Anthony Stalter. You're up
Goldie.
next. Goldie. You son of a
Did
gun.
I take yours?
No.
He took mine. I was going to go Tommy Edman.
Yeah. All right, so you got Goldie?
Yeah, I'll go Goldie.
All right, Danny Mack.
Goldie never works out for Jamie Rivers.
No, he doesn't.
No.
Goldie has a personal issue with me, I think. I don't know why, but every time I pick him, he goes
What
up.
happened?
I don't know. We'll have to talk to Paul about it.
Have you talked to him at all?
I talked to him several times.
Have you?
He doesn't talk back to me.
No kidding.
No. Ignores me.
Would you give him a piece of your mind?
No, I think he's a great baseball player.
He is a hell of a baseball
What am I
player.
going to tell him that he's going to care about?
Well, he'd listen in. A couple pro athletes just
he would listen until I started to get off the rails.
chopping it up.
Then he'd be like, this guy's an idiot.
What the hell is this guy doing here?
What is this guy doing? All right, Bradford, you're up.
Tyler O'Neill elevated in the lineup tonight, gentlemen, will have more opportunities, it would seem, to quite literally muscle up in Pittsburgh. Got
Quite
a bit of
literally.
bit of a respite over the weekend. He's fresh. He's good to go against the lefty Bailey. What a duel between the Southpaws
And
tonight.
it's not turf in Pittsburgh, so that's good news.
What are you saying?
Oh, no, I mean, just it's good news, Dan. That's all.
Not AstroTurf.
That's right.
So it means he's going to play on grass.
Yeah.
That's what you're going with.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right.
That's your Canadian brethren, too.
You know what? Exactly why I have to hold him accountable.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go with Nolan Arenado way off the board here.
Yeah. Right out of left field, old Nolan Arenado.
That would pick him.
Yeah.
All right, to recap it here, our guy John riding a 6-game hit streak went with Tommy Edman. We got Danny Mack / Anthony Stalter going with Paul Goldschmidt. Our guy Bradford going with Tyler O'Neill. And I have picked Nolan Arenado. All right, John, good luck, buddy.
All you guys too. Thank you.
Thank you,
You
sir.
bet.
Hopefully we'll see John back or hear John again tomorrow.
Took my pick. I like Tommy.
Yeah.
I like you, Danny Mac. You're one of my favorites of all time.
Oh, well,
There we
thank
go.
you. I was saying I liked your pick. I like Tommy Edman. Now I like you a lot. So thank you very much.
There we go.
Appreciate it.
You guys.
All right, have
Looking
a good
forward
one,
to
John.
hearing you
Take care,
tomorrow.
bud. All right, now it's time for Biggest Question.
Time for the Fast Lane's biggest question of the day.
And the question this evening will be, just how far will Drew Rom go in start number 1 as a major leaguer? But more specifically, guys, I'm intrigued by how the rest of this season is going to play out for the two lefties, whether you're talking about Rom versus Liberatore. Matthew Liberatore, of course, pushed back to Wednesday due to the bulky back. That is exactly why Rom is making his MLB debut tonight. So for the rest of August and September, more contributions are going to come from the left arm of Drew Rom or Matthew Liberatore.
Oof.
I'm going to say Matthew Liberatore.
Yeah. I wish you asked me this tomorrow. I'm not being a jerk. I'm just saying because I really don't know what to expect from Drew Rom. If he goes out there and he's consistent and does okay, I would venture to say that Matthew Liberatore's spot in the rotation could be at risk just because of how inconsistent it's been.
I would say that because of where the team is and the fact that they want to see him pitch, Liberatore is safer with the spot in the rotation. Good, bad, and different. They're going to throw him out there and say, all right, what do we got?
But do you mean even if Drew Rom goes out there and pitches well?
Yes.
Because Drew Rom is a high-level prospect, too. And so you're
He's got
almost...
an ERA over 5, though, in AAA for the last year.
So did Zach Thompson.
I understand what you're saying. And if I'm Matthew Liberatore, I better be really hurt not to pitch. I mean, they're giving you a shot right now to go out every 5th day. Don't look over your shoulder. Don't worry about your spot being taken. Go for it. We're not going to take you out. Go. So to the question, I would say that he'd have more of a chance. Time will tell, like you said. Maybe Rom goes out tonight and shoves, and you're not going to send him back down. You say, no. You've earned another spot start, so go for it. But just as we speak right now, before that start, I'd say Liberatore would have more chances. Again, if I'm Matthew Liberatore, they'd have to pull me off the mound some way, somehow. I better be injured if I'm not going to be throwing.
And this is kind of where, I just get a little bit perplexed is, like, you're a young guy who hasn't established yourself yet in the major leagues. Now, if you're really hurt and it's affecting...
Exactly.
If it's affecting your game, then by all means, you're a pitcher.
Yep.
You can't go out there and fake it. If he goes out there and in the first inning or second inning, he just gets rocked, that's way, way worse than missing a start because he's been hurt.
And maybe, Rivs, they've been doing some things in between starts, like conditioning-wise, training-wise, to help him out. Maybe he did something in that. That's why he was ineffective in his last start. He was so good, too, before, but I think we're both in agreement, man. You better be really hurt not to be out there and pitching. I mean, if you're a veteran... I'll give you a good example. If I'm Miles Michaelis and I'm not feeling like great right now, I would say hey, can you give me a day? Give me a day or two. I'll be ready to go. He's earned that right. Liberatore is fighting for his major league life and what they think of him going into this offseason and beyond. You have a chance to make an impression here. Maybe you start doing some things that they've been working on with you, and you do it consistently for 6 weeks. That leaves them with a good taste in their mouth going into the offseason. Not saying they're going to do something different because of how you pitch, but they're going to look at you maybe a little bit differently, good, bad, and different. But show me why I should look at you in a different realm than maybe I am right now. Well, I look at it this way, too, and I was always very aware of what was going on in the organization around me. I had to be. I was a depth guy on most... It's your job. It's your life. On most teams, and I was very aware of who the next call-up was, how they played, how they would match up against the way I played, all this stuff. And I can tell you right now, Matthew Liberatore, he has to be aware, one, of Drew Rom, for sure, two, of Zach Thompson, what he's doing. I mean, he's sitting there right there watching his boy going out there and pitching pretty darn good right now. Then you got also be looking at all the young arms the Cardinals have. All the guys they just picked up at the trade deadline. Some of those guys are going to be, major league ready to push, at least to fight for a job come spring training. Tink Hence, where does he fall come spring training? You've got a lot of different guys now where if I'm Matthew Liberatore, I've got to go out there and I have got to take that job and grab it and hold on and don't let it go. Absolutely. And you're going to have to rip the uniform off me, off this mound, to get me away, because this is my chance. I mean, you think about it, too, Rivs. His time in the big leagues has been spot start, guy gets injured, things of that nature, to where he probably, right or wrong, put a ton of pressure on himself to perform at a very high level for that particular game. He's saying, I don't want to go back down. Man, if I go out here and give him 7 or 8, make it tough for them to send me back down, I could do this. That's human nature. You know that. So now they're saying, essentially, every 5th day you're going to get the ball, and you can get blown up, and we're going to put you back out there. And so don't look over your shoulder. Go relax and pitch. We believe in you. Yeah. Now go show it. And then you're getting pushed back a day or two. I don't know. I don't like that. You got to take the ball. Show me you want to take the ball. I couldn't agree more. And like I said, there's a lot of people chasing him right 100%. Now. A lot of these young guys that are hungry to take this opportunity from him. And a lot of guys that aren't on this team right now that will be. 100%. So, yeah. Be interesting to see how all that shakes out. But, yeah, again, Drew Rom on the bump tonight for the Cardinals in Pittsburgh. We're at the end of the show, boys. We're at the end, so we're going to circle the wagons here. What's coming up next? We've got What You Missed, criticisms, compliments, and anything else we think is worthy of discussion here on 101 ESPN.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Jamie Rivers here. Look, selling your home is a big deal. It can be a stressful process, and right now the market is kind of all over the place. Some houses are selling fast. Some are sitting there. Some are still sitting there with the sign in the yard today. You can't just trust any agent with the sale of your home. You got to trust the best, and the best in the business is Gloria Liu with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. One of the reasons is because Gloria already has the buyers. She's got a database with thousands of ready buyers, and that creates a lot more traffic to your listing, higher demand, of course, hopefully multiple offers, and maybe more money. And that's really what you're looking for when you're selling your home. You also want to get to the closing table, and Gloria Liu can get you there. She also has other options available to you. The one I like is called Guaranteed Sales. And what that is Gloria Liu sits down with you, figures out a sales price, and she sells your home for that price, or she'll buy it herself, and she guarantees that in handwriting. So next steps for you is to call Gloria Liu. Tell her Jamie Rivers sent you in. That number is 314-325-6888. That's 314-325-6888, or visit GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Conditions do apply. Gloria and the seller must agree on price and possession date.
Proudly serving our community for over 40 years, Scott Lee Heating Company is a locally owned and operated HVAC company and a Mitsubishi Electric Elite contractor. Our experienced team members are dedicated to providing the best heating and air conditioning solutions for your home or business. Scott Lee Heating is proud to be veteran-owned, and we are committed to bringing professionalism and value to every job. Trust us to keep your home comfortable all year round. Visit ScottLeeHeating.com today for all of your HVAC needs. That's ScottLeeHeating.com.
Are you in the market for replacement windows? If you are, Window World is your one-stop shop. Of course, they are the preferred window of your St. Louis Blues. They're also ranked #1 in a number of windows sold in the country by Qualified Remodeler magazine. And let's remember that they offer a lifetime warranty that covers all the parts, glass breakage, and labor. But you don't have to worry about all of that too much because they give you a double-strength glass that you just don't find in ordinary replacement windows. And I've told this story before. John Gillette, the owner, had me stand on a window in the back of the warehouse. I thought he was crazy at the time, but he wasn't. I stood on the window, and it did not break. So that is just a quality product from our friends over at Window World. Customer service as well is at the top of the list for them. They want to make sure that the customers are satisfied with the service that they get, the installation, all the questions get answered, and, of course, the product speaks for itself. And remember that Window World is still offering 18 months, same as cash financing with approved credit. So all you have to do is pick up the phone, give them a call, tell them Jamie Rivers sent you in. That number is 314-993-1800. That's 314-993-1800, or look them up at windowworld.com. Back to the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. We covered a lot of stuff today. We talked about Mason Winn. We also covered some Blues hockey. We had Blues Qs. Of course, we talked about Drew Rahm and his first start for the Redbirds coming up. We also talked about Mizzou, Eli Drinkwitz, his quarterback situation down there in Columbia. We talked about Ryan Helsley.
Rhino.
And the fact that he's still experiencing some forearm discomfort at times and, you know, what his future might look like. Also talked about our big, strong friend, Pete Alonso, and what a ding-dong he was for throwing the ball up in the crowd. Yeah, Big Petey. He threw in some NFL news and notes as well.
News and notes.
And we talked about several different Cardinals things. You can catch all of that, by the way, if you missed it, by downloading the podcast, and the podcast brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto.
Look at this Bradford.
He's great.
He's awesome.
Time for criticisms and compliments.
Well, that's my compliment, is that man right there. Does a hell of a job.
I was trying to get that in there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good lead-in.
Much appreciated, gentlemen. Compliments of which we do have many, as a matter of fact. And this particular one comes from the 636 and goes directly to you, Dan. Always a great way to start one's week this Monday by hearing Danny Mac on 101 ESPN and specifically the Fast Lane. I think that some of the people are starting to maybe make that charge for petitioning you to have Matt Holliday-like status. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Cardinals Hall of Famer?
No kidding.
Wow.
What?
Well,
Danny, take that.
Man. Yeah, there's zero chance of that happening. It's all good, though.
Danny, we love having you, buddy. You know
it's always fun.
It's good to have you come in here, and we have a good time.
You too, buddy.
Swan, who weighs in. I haven't been with you guys too many times, Jamie and Dan, but I know that Swan is a stalwart when it comes to giving that positive feedback, that positive reinforcement. Well, this is good because Swan, as per usual, he liked the show today. The only problem is that this is actually his last official day of summer. So best wishes to Swan because he returns to SIUE. Of course, it's tomorrow.
Oh, man.
Well, Swan is an
Get that degree, though.
He's an avid listener. He participates both with the text line and on Twitter. He'll throw us questions and things on Twitter. So, Swan, best of luck to you in your school year. We hope you keep listening. I wouldn't come to us for any homework help, that's for sure. But nonetheless, Swan, thanks again, buddy.
Only one criticism, and we had a bevy, as you mentioned at the top of the segment, Jamie, of news and notes-centric segments. However, when I made a particular tease in hindsight, I think the audience was actually expecting something else, and so it wasn't provided accordingly.
Yeah, if you missed it, again, you can download that podcast and have a listen.
Or not.
Our guy Bradford here came back to us with the NFL nudes and notes. Expectations were certainly different at that point in time.
Somebody said it was the Fast Lane under dark. No, dark nights with Fast Lane.
After dark.
After dark. Thank you.
All right, I'm excited.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Why wouldn't you be?
I guess we'll find out.
Actually, you do kind of send some out there when you do your bikini pics and whatnot. I don't know what
my Speedo pic.
Speedo pic.
That is not a nude, Dan. That is a very...
No, it isn't.
That is a...
You're covered properly.
Built for speed swimsuit.
Sure is.
Well, that's cute.
It is.
Thank you, Mo.
You know it is, Mo. You saw it.
The hell?
Give him a blow?
Well, maybe
Easy
not.
now.
Either way, it is exciting.
It's a great look that you got going. Folks down in the Ozarks know Jamie's in the house when he shows up with that.
Speedo guy's amongst us right now.
Wait a minute, didn't I see you in a Blues game? What?
No. That is a funny story, though, is when I was down in Mexico and I unveiled the cheetah head, the cheetah print, cheetah face right there.
Yeah. Got it.
Later on that night, we were out at one of the clubs down at the resort, and somebody came up and was like, "Go Blues." I was
Did
like,
they
"Oh,
really?
no."
You had been spotted.
Yeah, literally and figuratively.
Good call, yeah, cheetah.
Yep. So they came over later and introduced themselves. Of course, people, there's Blues fans all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
It was great.
How cool was it when they won the Cup and you saw all the pictures of people with Blues gear everywhere across the world? Do you ever see that? I mean, it was awesome. People on a vacation and wherever, you name it, some remote place, and they're wearing a Let's Go Blues shirt or something like that.
A lot of people adopted the Blues during that Stanley Cup run, too. I know there's a lot of friends and family up in Canada that during that playoff run, they were like, you know what? The Blues are our team. For whatever
reason.
Right?
Yeah,
they wanted the Blues, not the Bruins.
Yeah,
the Bruins aren't always popular.
Get them out.
In some places, specifically up in the Toronto, Montreal area. They don't particularly like the Bees. So the Blues are a team that people pulled for in 2019. And
it's awesome.
You still see a lot of Blues paraphernalia. But no matter where I go, I feel like I run into somebody from St. Louis, whether it's Mexico or another city or whatever. People are everywhere, man.
You kind of wanted the underdog to win. You think about it as a sports fan, at least I'm like this. I don't know if anybody else is, but when a team is in it for the first time, like a championship, and they've never won, I pull for that team. I want to see their city have the fun that comes with a championship if they've never experienced it before.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
A good time.
Yeah.
All right, again, the Cardinals play the Pirates tonight. Drew Rahm on the bump for the Cardinals. I think we're all kind of excited to see what he can do.
You betcha.
Mason Winn will be out there again to catch all that tonight, and we'll be back tomorrow. We got our guy Anthony Stalter, who's going to be back here running the ship, so you won't have to deal with my problems or the things that I do wrong. Either way, I want you guys
I won't be here.
Danny Mac, again, thank you for coming in.
Buddy.
Appreciate it. Bradford, thank you. Great job.
My pleasure. Let's have a nice evening of good, clean fun. What do you say?
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, that's it here from the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. See ya.
In a world where down payments are out of control.
But I've only got $29.
You need Franklin Mitsubishi in the automotive outlet in Bridgeton. Hop in if you want to live.
Really?
Nah, I'm just being dramatic.
Big down payments have met their match. At Frank Lita Mitsubishi, every vehicle is $29 down. $29. Stop. You need $2,000 down.
Frank Lita wants to get you approved, even if you've been turned down elsewhere.
Every vehicle is $29 down. And you get a lifetime warranty, no charge.
We're not going to make it!
Spoiler alert, we're here.
$29 down.
$29!
With 2.9% financing, 2.9 for 60 months.
At Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com.
23 Outlander Sport, 28.7, 29 down, $515 a month for 60 months at 2.9% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
101 Instant Replay Show, highlighting some of the best moments of today on 101 ESPN.
When you've got the blues, when you've got the off-season blues, the low-down, barn-burning, 5-on-3, fast-breaking Thomas to Cairo, boots to blade, towel-tossing, glove-dropping, stop and smell the ice, 14th Street blues. When you've got the blues, get the blues. Rhythm and blues.
Get your single game tickets, including giveaway and theme nights now at stlouisblues.com.
Hi, it's Randy for my friends at Golf Discount of St. Louis. When I'm adding a new club to my bag, there's no place I trust more than Golf Discount of St. Louis. Their expert club fitters using their GC Quad launch monitors will always give me the best advice possible. With multiple Club Fitter of the Year awards, Golf Discount of St. Louis disproves the notion that a great club fitting has to be expensive. Their fittings are always free with your club purchase. Locally owned and operated with locations in O'Fallon, Missouri and South County, and coming soon to Edwardsville. It's the place for all your golf needs. Golf Discount of St. Louis.
All the way back to today. It's the 101 Instant Replay Show on 101 ESPN.